Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tales from the Archives Reverie. It's so good to see you. Did you do something new with your hair? It really suits your face. Let's get started the way we always do with some introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? My name is James. I use she, they pronouns. I'm your game master and archivist for this session. And all Reverie sessions, not just this one. You can find me some places online at Nice One James, other places at TTRPGay. It's a little plot hook from me to you. You're welcome. I've got some fun things coming up over there that I can't talk about yet, so if you follow me, you'll get to see them first. And that would be really cool for you. And I don't have a bit today, but I do have Tigger on my sweater, and I think that that's huge. And it will be propelling me today. And that's me! Let's move on from there to Briar.
Hello, my name is Briar. Use they, them pronouns. You can find me on the internet at @beanabees_ everywhere. I keep it simple and stupid for everybody. that's it for me.
Hell yeah. And thank you for keeping it simple. I'm simply insane, but I appreciate someone who keeps it simple. We'll move on over there to Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me at Sapphic Strigonona or just Sapphic Strega. You can also find my writing in Storybake, and I have a tentative release date the first week of December. So look out for that. It's gonna be very fun and very exciting. And it will also coincide with PAX Unplugged, hopefully that weekend. So if you see me, say hi. Bring me a baked good, please. If you are there. If not, it's okay. That's fine. You can send your baked good in the mail. I won't be offended. But yeah, check it out.
So excited for Storybake. Speaking of people who are in Storybake, we're going to mix up the order a little bit and pass it over to Jess, because what a good segue.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jess. You can also find me in Storybake. I made a little strawberry dragon. You can also find me on the internet at Seriously and wearing my first full jumper of the season. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Incredible. We'll pass it on over to Barnaby.
Oh, hi everybody. My name is Barnaby. You can find me on the internet at that's_Barnaby. I use they and them pronouns. You can find me a couple places over the next couple of weeks. Here on the 29th, you can catch me on season 2 of And Then What over on YouTube, where I hang out with a bunch of cool people and do a little improv detective mystery story. It's very fun. It's very gay. And you can also catch me starting on November 1st over on Veil of Atheum, over on Smoking Glue Gun's Twitch channel, late in the evening.
Exciting. I love when my friends do fun things. Incredible. And first time last, but still never least, Mara.
Hey everybody, you can find me on the internet at Lord Dropout or College of Lord Dropout. You can also find my writing in MinMaxer, which is a new newsletter that's all gaming news. I have another article coming out today or tomorrow. I don't know what dates are. So you should go check it out. And also, I love you. Goodbye.
Oh my god, I love you. Thank you so much. Incredible. Also stream producing for us today is the incredible VJ, who you can find at VJH Creations. He makes games. They're in games. It's a great time. You should go check them out. We love them. Everyone say something nice about VJ in the chat. That's an order. Also, this is a small silly thing, but I just wanted to say, hey, tomorrow's the last day of Hispanic Heritage Month. As a Latina person, thanks for supporting the things that I'm in, and for supporting all the other incredible Latina creators out there, and for being here, where I do dream crimes to my friends as a treat. Incredible. Let's talk about some announcements. As always, be sure to follow us on social media. You can find us most places at Starlight Tales or Starlight Tales _, usually the latter. You can check in on Twitter for weekly updates about our programming, our upcoming programming. It's just a really good way to sort of keep an eye out for what we've got coming up. We also post those in our fan Discord, which we'd love to have you join. If you want to yell at me about anything that I do today, tell any of my players what a great job they did, which you should, because they're, I'm sure, going to do a great job. Both of those are a really good place to stay in touch with the community and to keep an eye out on the things that we have coming up. You can also catch VODs of our past streams over on YouTube. If you're watching this from the future on YouTube, hello. I hope that like something really cool and crazy has happened about space there. Let me know when you watch this, because I'm invested in crazy things about space. And you can also find us over on Instagram and TikTok. We also have a Patreon. If you're supporting us on Patreon already, thank you so much for helping us making whimsically queer and trans space content. I appreciate you. Mwah, special little kiss for you. If you're like, but James, what's Patreon? Tell me about it. Maybe I want to be over there. Patreon, if you've got a couple extra pennies in your pocket, allows you to support us at different tiers for exclusive content each month. We have exclusive live streams. I hate to say it, but coming up soon, we're going to have a little wrap up for this campaign in a couple months, and that's a good place to go see that. You get pieces of writing and playlists and sneak peeks at art coming up. It's just a really, really fun time over there to see some secret stuff. So if you want to see secret stuff, find us on Patreon. Also, if your holiday season is slowly but surely coming up, if you're in the market for any dice or tabletop accessories, be sure to check out our good friends at Die Hard Dice. If you find something you like, which you almost certainly will, because everything they make is beautiful, be sure to use code STARLIGHT10 at checkout for 10% off your order. Also, since the holiday season is coming up, we have some merch. If you have a gay friend and they're like, God damn, I love gay people in space, we have the softest sweaters in the world. And I'm not gonna like don't sue me, but I'm pretty sure that that's true as me, an autistic person who has a bunch of our sweaters. But we have crew necks, we've got t-shirts, we've got cute things to, if you visited Titty Moon and you want a souvenir, it's a great time over there, and we just released a collection for some of our anthologies in our series. So you, too, can have a cute little sweater or t-shirt of Tales from the Archives Reverie. Specifically Archives, but it's fine. There's only one of those right now, so it's basically Reverie merch. Be sure to check it out. It's a great time. Also, Halloween is coming up when this is live. If you're watching this in the future, ignore that. We're having a little Halloween costume contest. That's going on until the 30th, so be sure to enter. Diana, how do you enter? Because I didn't write it down in my notes. You have to email
You
someone?
have a couple of options. Yes, absolutely. You can either post a picture or video of you in your funky little costume to Instagram, TikTok, or Twitter, and make sure that you tag us. You can also feel free to draw if you are like, I don't necessarily want to post my face on the internet. That's totally fine. We also have a funky little Google form that I have put in the fan Discord, and we'll be posting on our socials either later today or tomorrow as well, so you can enter there. If you guys don't enter, once again, I mean, I was going to say earlier that the prize will go to a dog. I've been informed that might be prohibiting people from entering because they want to see the dog in the sweater. So now if no one enters, I will not be putting the dog in the sweater. So it's really up to you guys whether or not you want to see the dog dressed up in a sweatshirt. And our first place winner is going to get a Starlight Tales crew neck of their choice. So if you see our merch and you go, oh my god, that's so cute, I want to win that, you absolutely have the opportunity to do so. So please enter. You guys looked really cute last year. Do it again. I want to see it. That's all.
Hell yeah, thank you so much, Diana. Moving on from there, Crow Lane is back, which is our other main programming. It's the season for horror, so if you like gothic horror, gay people being gay, it's a great time over there. We love a little crime family. Be sure to check back. We do alternating Sundays for the most part. We just had a new episode yesterday, if you want to go check it out. But be sure to check in with our favorite murder of crows. It's a normal one over there, for real. Last but not least, thank you all for your patience in what I feel like was a very long string of announcements today. We're back to stay. You can find Reverie most Mondays coming up. Again, be sure to check our social media, because sometimes you gotta take a little break for burnout. But we'll see you right back here next week. We're not done, but you can still find us here next week on Monday. I hope to see you there. And I think, that's all the announcements I have. Did I miss anything? I think I said every word in the English language, so I surely couldn't have, right? I was And welcome back. Thank you, as always, for bearing with us. This isn't Starlight Tales, it's Starlight technical issues. But it's what give us our charm, so we're fine. No intro screen today. Don't worry about it. We're just gonna get started. Let's talk about the last time we were here. So, last time on Reverie, our party reunited in the Dreaming and made their way to Yonder, a refuge for those new to the Dreaming. They spent their evening getting some much-needed rest, catching up with some old and new faces, and settled in for their evening. And for the first time, each of our party members began to really, truly dream. While most of our party had perfectly mundane dreams, Lark had a strange vision of standing before a towering castle and holding the ice-cold key that Ambrose left him. Upon waking, our party caught up with Tanith, one of the people in command of the Rangers, and found a new destination, the Dreamlight Lock, where Sylvie, Luca's mom, recommended that they find a new ally, a former ranger named Wicket Rebel. The group set off at once, meandering through the changing forests and odd environments of the Dreaming until they finally found a small grove set deep in the forest, wherein they found Wick, guardian of the lock, and Ori, the embodiment of the lock itself. With new friends in tow, our party set off on the road to Reverie. The farther you travel on your path, the luckier each of you feels to have Wick as your guide. Over the next 7 or so hours, you watch as the landscape shifts around you, sometimes almost imperceptibly, others so violently you have to grab hold of each other and the environment around you in order to make sure you're not carried off somewhere new. And each time, as if by instinct alone, Wick warns you all just in the nick of time, or maneuvers you around areas of particular danger. And while you quickly become confident in your guide's skills, those of you who are new to the Dreaming also find yourselves just as quickly losing any and all sense of direction. There is one guiding star in your journey, however, unmoving and ever looming, the violet-tinged castle high above, swirling with silvery purple clouds that shroud the highest of the turrets. As you all follow the path closer and closer to your destination, it's as if the castle watches from above, perched high in the towering mountains that blot out whatever semblance of sun exists here. And you do feel watched. Every time you become aware of the castle's presence, you feel the sensation of eyes on your every move. Not threatening, almost waiting. Still, closer and closer you creep to the ruins of Reverie Village, silhouetted in the fading light. How does everybody spend their next, 7 hours of travel?
I imagine Wick is still at the front. I feel like Wick
Sure.
moving people around, but it's also very much like looking for Thorn in his periphery. I'm like, I know you're out there. I know.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. Beautiful. I have so many tabs open for lore. I don't know.
God, that's real.
Beautiful. That is 16.
16?
Yeah.
You know, as someone who's known Thorn for long enough that they're out there, you catch no sight of him. But you also know that Thorn means what he says when they say, if you ever need me, you only need to ask.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really annoying trait that he has. It just kind of pop up where people need it.
Yeah.
But you, I think expecting to catch, flashes of that gold hair in your peripheral vision or, the rustle of O.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Okay. Alrighty. Yeah. The rest is just spent listening to whatever has ears open for what's behind any conversations that are going on behind. But I think mainly focus on making sure no one dies.
Sure. Yeah. Fair enough. The Dreaming Lands don't exactly make it easy on you in the way that, they just sort of go, what if these two rooms just, swapped places every now and then? Yeah. But without any trouble, you maneuver around it. How do you think Wick feels being out here, not away from the lock, but, away from the area where the lock is located for the first time?
I think Wick feels like a sense of, oh, I'm still good at this, I guess. I still have that skill, brushing it off. A little bit, was probably, internally a little bit trepidatious when everyone asked him, oh, I haven't left this spot in a while. I have no idea why I was like recommended, but okay. But now it's like, okay, I see why, and it's a little bit more confident as he goes through. Yeah, but also still deeply suspicious as walks towards this thing that he's just been sort of taught to avoid. Yeah, just
Yeah.
like, I guess we're doing this now. It should be fine. It's fine.
The worst that could happen. You know what I mean? Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of eavesdropping on conversations, what are some people talking about?
I definitely feel like Ori has asked everybody a bunch of questions about where they are from, all while trying to practice cartwheels. She hasn't used her legs a whole lot, so it's a little awkward. It's a lot of failing, like watch me do this, while like asking deeply personal questions about people's lives as they're kind of going about like, where are you from? Is that really far? Do they have salmon? You know, just asking lake-related questions. Occasionally, well, her only topic of conversation being Wick. So just like one of those girls who like just got in a relationship with like their first boyfriend and does nothing but like, oh yeah, you know who else likes that? Wick likes that. I like, you know, talking about that like, obsessively. While she's kind of like teetering back and forth between the various party members.
I just rolled a 2 on like an insight check. I think Lark just thinks you and Wick are really good friends.
Yeah, he would think that, wouldn't he?
So I think Lark's like, oh, that's so nice. How long have you like been traveling together as companions?
Wait, I think this is our first time going out and traveling together.
Oh, I see. So you've not known each other long then.
I've known Wick a very long time. We've never actually been able to, you know, like touch hands because I didn't have hands, but now I do have hands, and now I can hold his hand and he can hold my hand.
Right. How recently did you acquire hands?
Wick, how long have we been holding hands?
He kind of just like, and just answers back is like, about a few months now. Time's weird here.
Thank you, my darling. A couple months.
And was there anything in particular that spawned the hand? Any change? I'm fascinated to know.
I've never dreamt or really wanted anything, but I wanted to hold his hand.
God. So like a friendship-induced metamorphosis.
Like a wish.
I see.
Most of my life is listening to other people's wishes and wants. I've never wanted anything for myself, but I wanted this.
I'm glad you got your wish.
What is your wish?
Oh, I don't know. That's a big question. I have hands. So
Do you want hands? And like puts their hand on your side of your hand. Now you have 2 more hands.
I do. Yeah, I think I'd be rather amiss without them, so yes.
Do you and Alia hold hands a lot?
Yes, I suppose.
Are you all close friends?
Yes. As of late, I think I can feel a little more solid in that, and that's nice.
Sounds lovely. You're new to the dreaming, right? You're not from here.
No, I don't know.
What's it like where you're from? Is it beautiful? Do you wear dresses and gowns?
Yes, many of us do. It is very beautiful. There are 6 different courts, each embodying a different season or element of nature. I think you would like our Selkie Court. It is full of ocean and marine life and lots of water.
Which one are you from, Your Majesty?
I think, like, again, like, something kind of sticks in their throat when you address them. I'm from the Oaken Court. Always have been.
Like a tree?
Yes, like a tree, I guess. That's where the the royal family sits. But I wasn't, I was born on a farm.
Did you like the farm?
I did. I like the animals.
You seem very sad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't think I am. I'm having a wonderful time talking to you.
You are? Amazing. I guess not sad. Wick, what's another word for not sad but sad?
Briar's brain's not working, but Wick does start listing off a bunch of synonyms. or
You seem very solemn.
I get called anxious a lot. Maybe that's it.
Wick gets anxious. Sometimes when he's anxious, I hold his hand and I sing a song to him. Would that help you?
Sure.
Just like holds your hand and just like starts loudly just like singing. Don't go chasing waterfalls. And
Amazing. God, there's a world in which Lark really does join into the rap section of that song, but I just don't think they have that in them.
Amazing. Elise, I think. How is Elise traveling? Elise doesn't strike me as someone who travels by foot often. What does that look like?
I do like alternating like an hour walking, an hour on Plum.
Sure.
Cause she's got a really bony old lady butt, so riding without a saddle is uncomfortable for too long. So like we'll get off and walk, and I think has like fallen into like last of the group. Not necessarily like because she's avoiding like talking to people, but that is an added benefit. I think she is like, because she can see through like illusions and stuff, so I think she's kind of taken up the last look. So if anything is sneaking up, she has a better chance of spotting it, or at least that's the excuse she's telling herself why she's
Sure.
hanging.
Yeah, I think maybe in like the second or third burst of you deciding to walk on foot, Tavia, who has sort of like been lingering towards the front, sort of like falls back into step with you silently for a moment and just kind of like eyes like scanning the trees and like in a not uncomfortable but just sort of like a not comfortable way either. Will just sort of incline his head towards you and just, what do you think of all this? Like, I don't know, it doesn't seem real to me.
Well, it is the dreaming, so I think that in its nature it is not supposed to seem real.
Yeah, no, fair. I mean, I also know that I'm newer to Fae stuff. I don't know. I mean, you know all kinds of shit about history here and books and stuff.
Yes, I do.
Does this feel as like weird and unsettling? Are you feeling watched? Because I'm feeling really watched, and that's like not the entirety of my question, but it's a big part of my question.
Does Elise feel the prickle at the back of her neck? Yes. I do, but I don't think that just because we are being perhaps observed means that the observer is malicious or wishes us ill. It could just be that the dreaming is curious and wants to know what we are up to, or I try not to ascribe sentiment to nature. It just seems to be what it is. So perhaps it is just how this place is, or perhaps there is something following us, in which case we're like, we've all gotten into a few scraps, you more than most, so I think we can handle ourselves.
Yeah, I don't know. I have like this weird feeling that like every time we walk somewhere new, it's like it holds its breath. I don't know. I know that doesn't really make any sense. I just like I don't know. It feels weird.
Well, perhaps brings this up to our new companions. They are more familiar with the dreamings than I am. I can only read theory.
Yeah.
There are no real accounts of people who have been to the dreaming and then have returned because no one has done that. At least that hasn't been struck from any and all records. So
Oh yeah.
I'm operating only on the assumptions of scholars, and we tend to not always be the most. We don't always have all of the due diligence that a scholar should, perhaps.
Wow, I think that's the meanest thing I've heard you say about academia in the time since I've known you. That's like huge.
We all grow.
Yeah. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep that question in my pocket just because I made like Wick laugh earlier, and I get the sense that he's not the kind of guy that loves like hanging out with people constantly, so I'm sort of like taking it in bursts. I want to get off on the right foot here.
Right, so you went from one person who does not love hanging out with people to the other?
Yeah, kind of just ping-ponging back and forth, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Do you want me to ask Plum if we are being watched? Kind of like,
I
I
get,
think-
yeah. Does the kind of like looks at you a little bit like in a like trying to hide his expression. Does the horse talk
unicorn?
to you? Sure. I mean, his unicorn's just kind of a horse with a big knife on the front, but tomato, tomato.
Yeah, and the pirate
Does-
is just a guy, so...
Touchy today, at least. Damn.
Do you want me to ask Plum? Yes, Plum speaks to me in my brain.
If you want to, yeah, I would never endeavor to tell you what to do.
I should hope not. And then just kind of like stroke Plum's mane and be like, did you hear a conversation? Do you think we're being watched? Should we be worried?
I think the first series of images you get are sort of the equivalent of like grumbling at the suggestion that Plum is anything like just a normal horse. And I think you get sort of like an image of like Tavia getting like kicked with the hind legs. Just like, it doesn't feel like a threat. It's just sort of in a good naturedly like fuck this guy kind of way. And then I think after that you get like a series of images where it's like in a glade and you hear like a footstep and the bird song stops, but it's kind of a series of images like that of like almost like confirming that, but the feeling that you have when you look at these like scenes that Plum paints for you is like excitement. It's like the moment, like I think honestly like the image that I don't know how many like happy, joyful, surrounded by people birthdays Elise has had. But I think that like the feeling that you get is sort of reminiscent of like the candles are lit on the birthday cake and there's an inhale to blow the candles out. Like that moment of like as everyone like waits for that is sort of the feeling that you get that Plum gives you.
I think I'll send a thank you and a like, if you give him one kick, I won't be mad at you. Thought back. And then Plum believes that it is not maliciousness with which we are being viewed. It is the excitement of potential. I at least to Plum, it seems that the dreaming is very interested in us and waiting for us to make a move. Almost like when you
like make a move?
What about anything we have talked about would make you think that was the implication?
Well, no, I don't know. It just I don't really hear make a move and the like in a context that's not like make a move, you know? I don't know, Elise. This is a weird fucking place, okay?
It is almost as if just like moving on, like throwing away that comment. Like, it is almost like when a performer is about to step on stage and everyone in the audience swells with anticipation about the show they are going to see.
It's almost worse. I don't know. I would almost rather the dreaming was like, man, I'm gonna stab this guy so bad. you know.
Why would you want that? That
Well,
is
'cause, like,
objective.
I don't know. It feels uncomfortable to walk in a place and have like every fiber of its being be like, dance, monkey, dance. Like, like, what show were you waiting for me to put on? Not me. I mean, I get this. It's probably not me. Like, let's be fucking real here. But I don't know. It just, when people want to kill you, it's like straightforward. Like, you know what you're getting out of the deal. They know what they're getting out of the exchange. More than that, it gets messy and complicated and weird. I don't know. Just I have a weird feeling. That's all.
Right, well, I think it is always wrong to dismiss one's instincts out of hand. So if you are feeling that perhaps you are nervous about this, I think that is a fine emotion to have. But I think perhaps if you are always waiting for someone to stab you, you aren't going to notice someone across the rooftop waiting to shoot you with a crossbow.
What?
If you
I
are
thought
always
that-
waiting for one thing, it is difficult to expect another thing.
Yeah, no, I thought that was gonna have like if you're always waiting for someone to stab you, then you're gonna miss out on the friendship so I thought it was gonna be like something like that, not
How
you're
is
gonna miss the
stabbing
second
equating to
person who
friendship?
also wants to do bodily harm to you.
I was trying to speak your. I'm.
No, I appreciate. Thank you, Elise. I appreciate it. I will keep an eye on rooftops for crossbows. Okay, I'll leave you alone. It's fine. I just sort of like trudges into the middle of the group. Alia, what are you up to?
Alia is doing something that I think is probably so annoying to everyone else, unfortunately.
Same here.
Which is you guys have seen like sheepdogs herding the sheep the way that they do. A little bit that. She is trying so hard to like not, as the person who I think into these situations is usually like taking the lead and putting herself in between whatever's out there and whatever she's protecting. Like, she's trying so hard not to do that because this is literally why we came and found Wick. Like, this is the whole reason. So instead what she's doing is just kind of constantly making her way around like the edge of the group and like pulling forward a little bit, falling back to the end, just like watching the trees, looking out for any sign of danger, and probably bumping into her companions as she goes.
Yeah, make me a perception check.
Sure. It's gonna be something crazy and stupid.
I love that.
29.
29? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're walking and it's not constant. It's not enough that you feel like you're being followed necessarily, but every now and then you catch the flashes that you don't know this, but that Wick missed of like, every now and then you catch like big purple eyes kind of looking at you from the darkness of a treetop. Or you just hear sort of like the soft rustle of like a bush a little bit far off from you in a way that is not quite natural. It's like, it's spread out far enough that I think it makes you wonder like, how the fuck does Thorn travel? Because you'll like hear something and then nothing for like an hour. And you'll like catch that flash and then nothing for like 30 minutes. So like you almost have the sense that somehow Thorn is not traveling beside your party the whole time. It's almost as if they're like popping in and out of like your periphery. It's odd and disquieting. But you do catch like little sparks of their presence. Outside of that, you don't honestly catch much. You are like, your party is straying out of the like changing lands of the dreaming, and specifically the places where like a lot of newcomers are and where the rangers primarily operate. And you sort of feel like the farther like into it towards the outskirts you get and the closer you get to Reverie, it's like the world quiets a little bit. It's like every step you almost feel like you're walking back in time, and a lot of the life in this area doesn't quite follow you there, like is reluctant to follow you there. It's not entirely quiet. There is wildlife around you. The lands still change around you, but it's like markedly different from where you started your journey.
Okay. I think that it honestly, she and Tavia are sharing one brain cell. I think that is like weirdly more unsettling than if there was some kind of like threat or thing that she can focus on.
Mm-hmm.
So I think she's kind of like, fuck it, I'm gonna distract myself. And I think falls into step beside Wick for a little bit. Just again trying, you can tell she's trying so hard to like slow her pace so that she's not like outstripping him.
Sure.
She's trying to be so cool about it and respectful.
I feel like he would kind of notice that, and he's like, faster's not always better.
Sorry, I have a long stride. So I had a question for you, if you don't mind.
Ask away.
Before you came here, who was ruling Everglen?
Did we discuss? Okay. I'm sorry. Name say.
Oh no, you're good. It was Ambrose.
Okay, yeah. Ambrose is what he said.
Right. It was just him. No queen.
Probably
I'm so
not.
sorry, Jane.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. We did not set an exact year, but
Okay.
on the sort of like vibe that I'm getting, probably not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said. No,
Unmarried.
just yeah. I'm not highborn. I didn't pay attention to who was above me.
It's honestly a bit boring sometimes, so I don't blame you. You don't know if he was ever... if there ever had been a queen prior to that?
You can make me a history check if you'd like.
It's not a smart
I'm
man.
so sorry.
That's
I'm
fine.
asking you a bunch of more questions. I apologize.
No, they're good
No,
questions.
they're good questions. Lovely. He has a -1 in history.
He's got it.
Yeah,
Can I use my... Oh, sorry. Actually, you do what you're gonna...
I was gonna. He got a 17 in history.
Well, that's not too bad. Yeah.
Not too bad, you know.
Um,
He pulled through.
the DC
He
I said
rubbed
was
his hands
15.
together.
Yeah. I think that you would know, so, you know, you didn't keep up a huge amount with politics, but I think that you would know that, like, on the rare occasion that you were, like, walking around and people were talking about Ambrose and politics and things like that around the Wishing Lock, I think sort of the subject that people would talk about is the way that, like, it had been about... I'm gonna carbon date Wick here. I hope that's okay with you.
No, that's fine. Carbon
okay,
date him.
good. Incredible. It had been, like, about, like, just shy of 200 years since the queen had vanished, and his children had since sort of gone off on their own and vanished, and there were all kinds of rumors about that as well. And so sort of like when you were around, a lot of the talk was like, is he gonna marry again? Like, what's kind of the vibe? What's kind of the deal? But he had not had a queen for about 200 years at that point.
All right. Yeah. No, he was quite the bachelor when I was on the other side.
Oh, I'm sure.
You would know better than me.
You would think at this point. You would think.
Can Locke's head, like, pop in between the two of you and Locke? So around that time, were you there for the shattering? Pokes their head in between.
Well, this is a very good question. How old do you think Wick was when Wick wandered into the dreaming?
Vic was probably like in mid-20s when he wandered into the dreaming. Yeah. No, I can't say that. I was.
Ah, I see. Withdraws.
You breathed remotely in the vicinity of his special interest.
No, fine. I understand.
Thank you, and I know that you said you didn't pay much attention to it, but if there's anything else that you can remember, our records of that time are surprisingly sparse. So any little bit helps to try to untangle this family tree.
I don't know. I could. I don't know. Roll another history. I don't know. What do you remember?
I mean,
Okay,
you also.
sure.
I will say also, we'll carry over your 17.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah, I will ask you, is there anything like specifically that you think, any area of interest you think Wick would have had at
I feel
that
like
time?
specifically relating to his court, I think he was very much like
Sure.
I feel like his family would have been interested in that stuff. He just wasn't because he was young and didn't
Sure.
know any better.
Yeah.
But I feel like specifically relating to like his court.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would know that, like, in terms of, like, for the time that you were alive out in the dreaming, or not in the dreaming, excuse me, in the spring court, Ambrose did not marry in the time that you were around, and there was, like, no rumor of that being near. It was just sort of people being, like, nosy and being like, oh, I wonder if he's gonna get married, like, just that kind of, like, gossip type stuff. I think you would know that, like, that era was very much, like, I mean, Everglen as a whole has had a fairly, like, peaceful existence. I think you would know this is considered a very, like, quiet time in history. Ambrose was not, like, out doing much, and so it was a lot of, like, the courts kind of sustaining themselves. I think in your court, like, you probably oversaw, like, the change of, like, one of the elms to the next of the elms. No, that's Summer Court. Like, you saw kind of, like, the changeover from, like, one leader to another in the family. Outside of that, it was just a very, very, like, it was an easy time to live and to exist. I think the only thing that you would know is because you were so close to the Wishing Lock, there were still, like, some leftover rumors of, like, stories of, like, people who thought they saw the queen in the vicinity of the Wishing Lock, or, like, how the Wishing Lock's magic was odd for, like, 10 years or so. And there were just, like, a lot of rumors flying around in general at this point about, like, where the queen went and where their children went. But there was a weird sort of, like, folklore type rumor within the people of the Spring Court that, like, people had seen Queen Cordelia in the area that night and then never again.
Okay. I guess this minor, like, as you say this, like, in Wick's backstory, part of the reason why he went towards the Witching Lock is because he saw a woman on the lake. Is that the same person?
Do you think you would know what the queen, like, for the queen from 200 years ago looked like?
I don't think he would. But now he's like, is that her? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like he would say after he's like going through his mind. Well, it was a time of relative peace. My father always said that the job of the ruling class is to make sure the people don't have to care.
It's a succinct and rather elegant description, yes.
Yes. Lots of speculation about the queen and the new queen. Lots of... The Wishing Lock was strange and in comparison to everything else, and we live close to it, and my family were something of stewards towards it, but lots of cryptid sort of rumors around the Wishing Lock and of the queen. I'm not sure if I ever saw it. Maybe, perhaps. Like I said, Wishing Locks was weird.
Interesting. Oh, that's so strange then that Thorn claims she never came through here. I don't know. Just one more piece to a puzzle whose complete image I still have absolutely no clue about, but...
Is that the word that you use? Through?
I don't remember what I just said.
Oh, so you said Strange that Thorn said that she's never been through here.
Right. I think so. I asked if she had ever been here and if anyone had ever successfully left the dreaming in that time, and they said no. I assume they were telling the truth. But I also wasn't in much of a position to start questioning their answers when I only met the woman once, and it seems that she doesn't remember who she is anymore. So that's wonderful. Of course, she could be lying about that as well, but frankly, I wouldn't blame her. But now there's really no way to know, and I was waiting on a letter back, but I don't think that they'll deliver here.
I don't think that they will. And it kind of says that truth is a tricky thing. People can only tell you what they know.
Exactly. And I'm getting the feeling that the relationship some of the longtime residents here have with truth and honesty is a bit more complicated than I'm used to.
Can't be all that different from your side of the gate.
Well, I suppose not. I mean, in a lot of ways, it is actually almost exactly like court. But there seems, I don't know, there's an extra weight to it here that I don't know if I fully appreciate it on my side.
Wick's just like, 'cause I don't think you guys mentioned that you guys are from court or at all.
We didn't.
Yeah,
Nope.
and so he's just like, interesting. Like, okay. Yes, but you shouldn't be so anxious. You can smell fear.
What can smell fear?
It was a joke.
Just everything? Okay. Well, I've only encountered a few creatures from this side, and one of them in particular that I feel might still be following us. I feel like I've got a few glimpses occasionally.
So are we floating? Oh my god!
Standing there, awkwardly in the back.
Amazing. The front of this line has become a party.
Everyone is at the front. We're all just holding hands, going in one row.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Love her.
So your family were keepers or protectors of the lock on the other side. Is that why you were kind of nodding back to Ori, probably trying to do fucking cartwheels again? Is that how you were drawn to her?
I suppose. Yeah, that's one of the reasons, I guess.
Well, she clearly thinks the world of you.
Small world.
Maybe. Maybe not for much longer.
No. You keep that optimism.
I kind of have to, or I would probably start to go mad and, chuck all my... Well, I was going to say chuck all my arm in a lake, but I think in present company, probably not the best turn of phrase.
Is like Ori processing any of this conversation, or it's just like...
Lake!
Amazing. Well. Let's try not to go mad.
Try. Keep on walking.
Yep.
What are y'all up here talking about?
The dreaming.
Are you talking about me?
Always.
About you.
Darling. Puts her hands on both sides of her.
Lark leans into Aelia and goes, "Do you know Ori's only had hands for like a number of months?"
Oh. Well, that's quite an accomplishment. She's pretty good with them already, honestly. If she just keeps her legs up in the air, she'll get those cartwheels down in no time.
Right, I thought the same thing. It's quite nimble.
Yeah.
It's very nice to see such fine friends.
Commit. You gotta commit.
They have such a lovely friendship, don't they?
And kind of just like looking at the two of them like, right. Friendship.
I think he's just like beaming because like they're probably up ahead holding hands, we're probably holding hands right like behind them, and Lark's just kind of like, yeah, they're like us.
I think that Aelia just like gives him a quick kiss on the cheek and is like, never change, darling. Please, never change.
Oh, I intend on keeping my hands.
Excellent. I like them where they are.
Okay.
Incredible. Yeah, you all continue your travels for 7 hours. Is there anything anyone would like to say that they spend that 7 hours doing mechanically? If not, it's fine. I just want to give you the opportunity, because 7 hours is a big stretch of time.
I think Ori is going to cast aid on everybody.
Amazing.
Give everybody a little extra boosty boost. It's going to cast it at 3rd level, so everybody gets an extra 10 HP. It looks she gives you all like a soft kiss on the forehead.
Oh. I love that. Is Tibia included in that?
Yes.
If not, it's fine. Incredible. I will write that down.
Wick gives her a kiss on the forehead back.
You get a kiss on the lips. A pretty.
Hey!
Yeah.
At that point, Aelia is like nudging Lark and it's like, friends. Mm-hmm. They're excellent friends.
Just a little bit of a furrow in the brow.
On your face. And just like floating, just you can see like your breath like bubbles in like the inside of her.
Ah, okay, I'm normal.
And you see how they seem to be enjoying it.
Hey!
Yeah. Anything else anyone is doing over the next couple hours?
Can I just once, for shits and gigs, divine sense? I have a feeling that it's gonna just melt my brain a little bit, probably.
Sure.
On account of
Yeah.
all the Fae.
I do think the initial... What is it actually? I don't think Aelia has divine sense since maybe she has. It's been over a year, but I don't think so. What does it look like
I
when you
don't
divine
fucking know,
sense?
man. That's a great question. Oh my god. Okay, I think... that's such a good question. What does that look like? I think that just for a moment, the kind of area that they are in, it's like a 60-foot range or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But the area that we're in, like, even though this place has this like weird kind of like spectral like blue and purplish light that is sort of filling the area, for a moment there is just like it is like somebody like turned on a sun lamp. And I think it's a little bit like weird. I think that there's like a second where that kind of like golden and orangey like golden hour sunlight is like almost like clashing with the like blues and purples. But yeah, I think it's just like that mid-afternoon sunbeam that hits just right, and it's like you can see the little like motes of like dust and things kind of in the air, and all of that is like briefly like illuminated a bit better than it was before.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you? This is gonna sound scary, but would you please make me a Constitution saving throw as you do this?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, bud.
Okay, you guys, y'all know, you remember See, I'm talking to Mara here. Remember that scene in iCarly where she just gets blinded when she walks through the door? Yeah. I feel like that's what's about to happen to me.
I will say
16?
you do also have, because I think that not allowing paladin auras to stack is boring and bad. Fight me, wizards. So you do have 2 paladin auras of protection going on here.
Oh my god, I do. Okay.
Wick and Elise, what are your charisma scores?
I have a +3.
Not
Okay.
D&D Beyond trying to make me verify that I'm human. Rude.
It's doing its own divine sense. It's an
Yeah.
insight.
Are you human? I don't know. Let me in. God, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Do-do-do.
We've all been there with D&D Beyond.
It
Yeah.
hates me. Charisma is 15.
So +2?
Yeah, yes.
Incredible.
Okay,
So you can add a
and-
+5 to that.
Excellent.
Okay, then that gets me to a 21.
21, beautiful. Yeah. You avoid taking psychic damage, but as you sort of like turn this on, I think your steps probably falter. It's like somebody took the sun and shines it into your eyes. That equivalent of like Fae everywhere, like staggers you for a moment. With that in mind, because you succeeded on your check, you are still able to parcel some information out of this.
Okay.
Aside from the Fae everywhere, everywhere, I think what you get like on the outskirts, like maybe 30 feet to your left, 2 little blips of like Fae creatures. And just as you like begin to sort of like process that information through it, you feel them flip out. You don't feel them move out of your range. They just blink out.
Okay. Well, that's none of my
As your divine
business.
sense fades, you are left with a small headache, though. No mechanical things.
Ow.
Yeah. It worked, but it did hurt to do that quite a bit.
Yeah, that is really just you were wearing sunglasses inside and then stepped out and took them off at the same time. Yeah.
Real.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they're like she really just was like, oh well, while we're walking around, let me take a look, not thinking anything of it, very casually, and then I think just like kind of stumbles and like has to like brace herself on a tree for a second.
I think your hand comes out for a tree, and it's sort of met by like a very like hesitant, very gentle kind of hand on your forearm, as Tavia, who is very on alert right now, kind of like turns around and like does not seem to be comfortable in like touching you, because that's never really happened outside of like hitting you before. But we'll just kind of like ghost a hand on your arm and just, hey, you okay?
I think that she fully like just leaned into that, and it was for a second there like really like not hesitating at all to like lean on him, and it's kind of like just rubbing her forehead. Yeah, I should not have done that. That was extremely silly, and I don't know what I thought I was going to accomplish. I was just trying to determine the presence of any creatures with untoward intentions. And I forgot that this place is literally just all Fey magic. This is more Fey magic than the usual Fey magic that I'm steeped in all the time.
Sure.
That hurt.
Yeah.
Oh god, that hurt.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I just
Okay.
And it's kind of literally like trying to shield her eyes from the sun, but there's no sun here.
Sure, yeah.
I'm fine. That was just a lot. And I'm not going to do it again because I've learned my lesson.
Fair.
Thank you.
Well, did you pick up any? How did you phrase it? Creatures of untoward intention. Find any of those? Other than me, obviously, but you know.
Oh, please. No, but I think we do still have our 2 friends who have been a bit
Wick and
stuck
Ori?
on the bottom of our shoe. No.
Oh well, I wouldn't say
Thorn
they're
and
that. Oh, fuck! Really?
Yes. Been following us intermittently pretty much all day.
Hate that.
Don't know how
good that
exactly
we know
they're
that.
doing it.
But
Yeah.
weird. Well, you know,
I don't know
if you need a minute, we can stop. I don't want you to got a long way to go. I don't want you to wear yourself out, you know?
No, I'm fine, but thank you, really.
Yeah. And you know, I mean, like, if you get too tired, I guess I can just, like, carry you, you know, if you need, like, a piggyback ride or something.
Oh. Kind of looking this, like...
Your Highness.
looking this dex build rogue up and down. Oh! Yeah, you could... Me and the...
Mm-hmm.
How much is this, like? At least 75 pounds of armor.
Sure.
Currently
Yeah, no problem. I got you.
No problem?
Yeah.
Right, I believe that. Okay, sure.
I'm really tough is
Go
the
ahead.
thing about me is I'm just, like, really strong and tough. Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm,
Oh, Your Highness, you need to be swept off your feet?
Yes, I do, actually. Haven't been swept off my feet in quite a while, so it would make for a nice change of pace. This is gonna be so fucking funny.
I think
for whatever you just rolled.
I think Tamia's eyes, like, flick over to Lark and be like, you haven't? I feel like you should give that feedback. I don't know. Isn't that what, like, husbands are supposed to do? Not that I would fucking know, but...
I'm usually the one sweeping them.
Oh,
So
boy.
romantic.
Yeah, I think that's a 12 is certainly not going to do it to be a beloved angel. But actually, I'll add. He's proficient in athletics, right? So okay, it's like a 16, which is still not great. I think there's like you get a moment where like, I think you see like there's half a moment where like Tivia like goes to like all right bet, and then like looks at you and goes, I don't know how to. I feel so uncomfortable with touching you because I don't know if you would like, and I don't know how like to approach the carrying situation here in general. And so I think you see Tivia's like arms come out and he stops. And there's like that moment of like, you can almost hear the dial-up noise as their brain like tries to process. And then I think even though it is like not at all the most efficient way to carry you, but he's trying to prove a point, just like stoops down and like wraps his arms around your midsection and tries to lift. And you get like
carry.
Yeah. You get like your feet leave the ground for like half a second before coming back down. He like budges you, but there is no actual like real carrying or lifting happening there. And he's like, oh my god, how do you wear that armor, Elliot?
A lot of practice.
Yeah,
A
I'm
lot of practice.
so much more afraid of you now, but like in a fun way, not in like a.
And I think like probably a little bit harder than she means to, but you know. He's a little guy. Just like pats him on the shoulder and is like, "Thank you. I feel very swept." You did a good job. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anytime.
Excellent.
You know, anytime you need to come in here and I can do that for you.
Right. Thank you. Very helpful.
You're
I feel very well rested. I think that we can continue on our journey. You really took that half step off my plate. So thank you.
Oh, good. Well, you know, anything I can do to help. You just let me know, Your Highness. I'm happy to serve the kingdom and the realm of Everglen and the crown and stuff. So
the words were pretty good. You lost it a bit at the end there, but the attitude needs to be a little bit more like.
Oh, I'm so
official.
sorry. Kind of like very like half like jokingly like folds one arm behind his back and does like this for too long.
Oh,
just,
okay.
Of
there
course.
we go.
Of course. And I think at this point, like all of you kind of
Perfect
pick up on the like insane energy that's happening in the studio. Just of course, Your Highness. Sorry, is this low enough? Would you like me to bow lower to you, Your Highness?
I mean, if that's the lowest you can go, then I suppose it'll do.
A devilish grin and goes, "Oh, I can always go lower, Aelia." And like, just sort of like,
I believe it.
like it's a mess. But continues to just like bow and stumble. Probably like the two of you fall like 10 feet behind a little bit in this moment because he can't really walk and like bow entirely.
I think Lark just like side eyes Elise and is like, "We should have never left them alone together. Look what's happened. They're being strange. I don't. What are they doing?"
I think, like, when you turn, Elise is rolling her eyes so hard, it's wild that nothing pops out. Like, is just, like, so over it, and is like, young people.
Well, that's not my agreement. I'm not that young, Elise.
Yeah.
Comparatively fine, but I feel like a good 40 years under my belt is a chunk of life experience.
just kind of gives you a pat on the shoulder. Like, yeah, bud, sure.
I've always been called wise beyond my years.
That's the trauma, babes.
Real. Oof.
I think
we
it's
will
very romantic.
we will continue through our travel montage. Last call for anything anyone would like to do during travel, mechanically or otherwise.
Are we going to like make camp at some point?
Yes, that is where we're going next.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, yeah. At the end of what is truly like an exhausting, for most of you, I think, Wick and Ori, I don't think you have any problems. Ori, the landscape does not give you any trouble because you are part of the fabric of this world. And like, it moves around you very similarly to the way it does around Thorn. And Wick, you're a ranger. You've been doing this for so fucking long. You like, don't even have to blink when like roots upend themselves around you. But for the rest of you, this is an exhausting 7 hours of travel as you like have to catch your step and watch and like make sure that the path doesn't sort of just like change its course from behind Wick to lead you off somewhere. And eventually, as the light begins to fade in the sky, Wick, you spot a small clearing just off the path enough to shield you from sight if anyone travels, but not so far that you expect the landscape to shift drastically underneath you during the night.
Mhm.
It's a very nice little place to make camp for the evening if you're so inclined.
Yeah. I think he just starts walking towards that direction. Everyone's just following me, then, you know. It's like, we're just gonna walk there. No,
All of you just watch Wick veer into the trees.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. Follow.
Line of baby ducks. Just,
Yeah,
yep.
He hears this hesitation. I'm like, yes, I'm going the correct direction.
So exciting. We're off the path.
Incredible. And you can all set up and make camp for the night. Tavia has ensured that of the four of you, counting Tavia, you all have bedrolls, and I'm sure for the two of you, this is also no trouble. I think for the two of you, honestly, Ori, I think the moment you go to sit down, like, the earth sort of reshapes itself to bring, like, the softer earth to the top, and, like, moss kind of sprouts for you in a sort of, like, makeshift pillow to ensure that you're comfortable here. And you can all make camp for the evening as the last ray of sort of violet light fades in the sky, and you're all left in this sort of, like, inky blue haze of the night. You see kind of off in the tree line every now and then just a little flicker of what almost looks to be like violet-tinged fireflies, just sort of off way in the distance, making their presence known to you. A fun question for my team here who has never camped all together before, some of whom I think maybe have never camped, period, end of sentence. What does setting up camp look like for this party?
I think for Lark, they are going to use like one of their last world shape abilities. And kind of just start pacing the circumference of like the encampment area, and as they do so, they kind of like, you know, when you're kind of like on a boat and you like dip your hand into the water to kind of like bring some of the surf, like just kind of like ripple some of the surface, he kind of does that in the air with his hands, and it's almost as if some of like the shadows from like the dusk kind of coalesce, and as he like does this kind of like circumference walk around the camp, he's almost kind of like drawing in some of like the shadows, not in a like malevolent way, but in like a protective way to kind of like enshroud the camp. And Lark's hair, the frost that's kind of like gleaming on like the whites of his hair suddenly takes like a different sheen, and it looks more like starlight than frost. And I think he gets like proper Edward Cullen-esque like glittery like skin, as he kind of takes on this like visage of like a night sky. And in this shape, we can treat a roll of 10 or lower on a perception check as a 10. And any check a hostile creature makes to find our camp while we rest has disadvantage on any roll to do so.
Oh, yeah. I think as you do this, Lark, you, like a few minutes of doing this, you feel kind of like eyes on your back, and as you turn, you see Tavia just like eyes like just like watching you and sort of like intrigued by what you're doing, sort of like a bundle of firewood in his arm, and that you like hold contact for just a second, and then his eyes drop back to what he's doing.
I think he just goes back to like muttering to himself.
Yeah. How do the rest of you make camp for the evening?
Ori has picked up a bunch of sticks.
Mhm.
Not 100% sure what we're supposed to do with them, but does know that Wick gathers sticks. And is, I guess, gotta like follow it behind like Elise, feeling like Elise is the smartest person here. So camping.
Yes?
Do you do it often?
I think Elise like starts to be like, no, never. And then is like kind of flicks back and is like, I guess in this life yes, I do.
What is required of camping? I have sticks.
That is good. You want to clear where your bed is going to go so they are not poking you. And you also need them to make a fire to stay warm.
So we need a bed and a fire. Okay. I'm gonna use one of my charges from my Whispered Wish. And I'm going to summon a really nice king-size bed.
Hell yeah. Incredible. What does it look like as you use this for the first time?
Oh, she's gonna like make a big sweep, and like her hair is gonna pull apart and be like a glob of water, and then condense down into like an orb, and she's going to whisper into it, "I wish for a bed, please." And it'll kind of spread out and take on the form of like a bed, and then kind of make like a splash noise, and will be like a solid like king size bed.
Hell yeah.
And then a fire.
Yes, preferably a distance away from your bed so that it doesn't accidentally catch.
I will say the two of you also see Tavia has like settled down and appears to start making a fire as well. There isn't like sparks yet, but he seems to be like putting together like the build for a fire and is like just getting ready to start like scratching the magnesium and striking the flint and things like that.
And she'll get really close so she can watch how he does this.
I think he's like sort of scraping the shavings off and then like stops for a second as he becomes aware that somebody is just like here. I just sort of half turn and goes, "Hey,
What are you
Hi.
doing? Hi.
oh, I'm starting a fire."
How do you do that?
Oh, yeah, I kind of like a little bit flustered, but still happy to show you. We'll kind of like take you through the different, like he's got like a little station set up here where there's just like a bunch of tinder, and he's got like, I've watched Survivor too often. I know this process, okay? And you see like he's got like his kind of flint set up, and he's sort of like already scraped like some of the magnesium shavings off, and he's like, yeah, so I'm just gonna like strike the flint now. We're trying to get like sparks to catch. And then like this stuff kind of like points to some of like the finer tinder. You just gotta like, once it catches, you gotta like kind of put that in there and breathe on it very gently and hope that the fire, like the sparks kind of catch and grow. And then this will hopefully, if it works, go. I've never made fire in the dreaming before. I'm just sort of assuming it's the same. And then we're gonna put this in the center of this like jack of wood right here. This is like a little triangle of wood. And then hopefully we have a fire. We have to like watch it and stuff, but yeah.
It's
Do you wanna try?
amazing. Yes, God, yes. And just start hitting them together. Wick, look. Like, smashing them together.
I feel like Wick would have gone off during
Yeah.
this as you're making camp. So you turn to Wick and he's not there for probably like the first time ever. You call his name, he's not there.
Oh.
Slight moment of anxiety. And then, like, just starts doing it faster.
Make me a luck check. See if you get any sparks.
Yeah. Was that just roll a
Just a
D20 or a
D20.
D100? Okay. An 8.
8, you don't quite get sparks for the first like 10 minutes of doing this, but I think Tavia, like, after the first couple minutes of like not quite sure where the boundaries are between you, will like kind of adjust your hands and like give you an example. And so it takes a couple of minutes, but he like guides you through. And soon enough, after like 15 minutes or so, you see the first sparks begin to catch.
You're very good at making fire.
Oh, thank you. That's I have to kind of rely on my own abilities to survive a lot. Not less so now, I guess, more so in the past. So a lot of practice, but thank you.
Have you been alone a long time?
Ooh, not for a while, but yeah, I kind of grew up on my own. So
I know what that's like. I was alone for a long time myself. But it's nice
Yeah.
when we find somebody, isn't it?
yeah, it is.
To make you feel
I'm
warm
glad
in
that
your
you
stomach.
found someone too.
I'm glad that you did find someone. Does it make you feel
Thanks.
warm in your stomach?
Yeah. I mean the person that sort of I guess found me is who I'm here for. I haven't seen her in a while. But,
Is she in the dreaming?
yeah. Her name is Bella. Bella Bond. Isabella. I don't know if you've met her, but
I can. May I?
sure.
I'm going to use my other little ability, the Dream Bearer feat. I want to see what she looks like, so I'm going to like cover his head in water and very like gently like breathe into it, and it's gonna change to like a purple and a violet, and over the top of him like a light will pour out of it, and almost like it's projecting his dreams. I want to know how he dreams and sees her.
Oh yeah. I think you catch the dream that Tivia had last night, which you kind of caught like glimpses of, but now are seeing fully for the first time. You see, I don't know how much reference like Ori has for ships, because I think a lot of the dreams that you get are from people who are like here in Everglen or in the Dreaming. But you see this like massive dark wood like fantasy Spanish galleon with sails full adrift in the astral sea, with just like swirling pink and purple and blue like waves of starlight underneath, and it's peaceful and it's quiet somewhere deep in the astral. And I think you see someone kind of like off by the helm. You see this sort of like feminine figure, very muscular, with sort of like the webbed ears of a triton and hair like pulled back and a handful of scars, but somehow her face still manages to have like a softness to it that seems out of place. And you see her like holding the helm and just sort of like staring out at the sea. And you hear like the churn of the astral and like the waves hitting against the side of the ship. And like in this moment, this dream, Tavia's not speaking with Bella, and in fact, Bella's like probably about 40 feet away. But you just get this like starlit haloed vision of her. And it's like the features are a little bit fuzzy in the way that sometimes they are in dreams, especially for people you haven't seen in some time. But the warmth of the dream is like sitting by a fire on a cold winter night. It is like fulfilling and warming and something like home.
I imagine she's projecting this to everybody, so like it's almost like a hologram, like the water sort of washing over the top of them. She's kind of standing next to Tivia, and the whole inside of like the camp looks like this ocean, and we're on the deck. She's just kind of wandering around, smelling like the sea salt, and getting a closer look at this woman. And she kind of continues to like look back at Tivia to see if like she's made like a dream come true, if this sparks any joy or any love in him to see her the closest she can bring her to like real life.
I think you see like Tavia's cheeks are, and anyone who like, you all kind of see this vision in this moment. And so anyone looking at Tavia, I think you see Tavia's cheeks are like very bright pink, as if this is like very much not what he expected. And his mouth is like half open as if he was about to like say something, but their eyes are just fixed on Bella. Like the moment he caught sight of her, he can't like break out of it enough to say anything. And he's just like fixated. A very like, I think the youngest any of you have ever seen Tavia looks. Like in this moment, he just looks like a little boy, you know?
Is that her?
I don't know.
What you see her as?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was me. I thought you said, does that hurt?
Okay.
I'm with you.
No, is that her?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, she is. Thank
Worth
you.
chasing across the dreaming for.
Yeah, well, that's, what family does, right?
Wouldn't know.
Me either. It feels right, though.
I hope
I think.
it does.
Yeah.
I hope you find her.
And I think here, like, eyes kind of finally break from Bella, and you see, like, genuine, like, raw emotion in his eyes, but something that's also, like, a twinge of, like, gratefulness. And just, thank you. Yeah, me too. It's a long way to come not to, so. Thank you, Ori.
Just as it's Wick's job to watch me, my job is to watch you. Your dreams are important to me.
Thank you. I've never had someone watching me before, so. Well, not in a good way. But, yeah, thank you. I'm sort of speechless, but,
If you need
Thank you.
anything, just ask, okay?
I will. And, you too. I can't do anything like this, which is incredible, by the way, but,
But you
yeah,
can
same.
dream. And that's
Can
amazing.
do that. Yeah. Thanks. And I think you see kind of like tries to like wipe at his face in a very like casual way, but like it clearly is like a little bit like sheepish about the emotion that's sort of welled up in them, but sort of just like rubs at his eyes a little bit. Just thank you. I should keep working on this fire. I don't want it to. You worked so hard on it. I don't want it to go out. So I should.
Of course. And so she kind of makes it disappear. She like controls
Hmm.
water and pulls that tear, and it has it just kind of float in her hand and like absorbs it into herself.
Yeah. I think the minute the vision fades, Tavia lets out like a really heavy sigh of air. And then with just like a very like fond but emotional, like tight smile to you, will just sit and start. There isn't really anything that needs to be done with the fire. Like the two of you got it to a point where it like it's okay on its own, but you see Tivia sort of just like in the way that like a dad just kind of pokes at a fire in a fireplace for something to do. You see Tivia starts kind of like just like rearranging logs a little bit and moving things around for something to do in this moment that is not be overwhelmed by emotion at the center of this camp with everybody watching.
I think she just kind of like floats next to him, doing what he said that you're supposed to do when you light a fire, and that's to look at it, to stare at it. And she just very
Yeah, yeah,
gently
yeah.
puts her hand in like the small of its back.
Oh, yeah. As you get kind of close to the fire, I think like sort of the edges of the water that makes up your being just begins to steam just a little bit. Kind of comfortable. It's kind of nice, actually.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
absolutely. Wick, we're gonna hop over
Yeah.
to you. Where'd you go?
Yeah, so when like Lark was putting up that shaping the camp a little bit, it would have been like, I'll be
Mhm.
back and stay put and just kind of going through.
Mhm.
Far enough off that people can't hear him, I guess. I don't know. And he would think would just like give out like a whistle that like Thorn would recognize as him being like, hello.
Hello. Yeah, you let out this whistle, and I think a moment later, you don't hear like the sound of footsteps or the sounds of an approach or the rustle of anything. But a moment later, from like just over your left shoulder, you just hear, "Hi, Wick."
Turns around, his hands on his hips, very dad pose.
Yeah,
Kind
you
of.
see Thorn just like kind of arms crossed, just kind of lounging on a tree, very, very casually. And you see O, who appears to be like a little, yeah, like a little fawn. I think is just sort of like kind of prancing around and stomping in the leaves around. And I think like starts kind of like galloping over to you, and then stops and just looks up at you with those big eyes as if waiting for permission.
Kind of gives it. He's still trying to be grumpy, but he's like,
Yeah. Stomps over to you and just starts like chewing on the edge of like whatever piece of fabric is closest to her.
yeah, absolutely. Probably like a sash. That's on his
Sure.
feet. And he's like, who the hell are these people?
What, you didn't ask their names? You've been traveling them for all these hours?
I asked their names, and I didn't get a full, complete answer.
Well, that doesn't really sound like a me problem now, does it, Rick? Sounds like a question you should ask them.
I'm asking because you seem to have some type of relationship here.
I wouldn't say relationship, but,
What would you say?
I would say that while I do not look a day over, I don't know what a mortal age is, that I'm a very, very old being. And for a long time, there have been whispers of the ones who would come to try and change all of this. I believe them to be those people.
And you want that?
No. But sometimes fate and nature don't care what you want.
Okay. All right.
Why, do you not like them?
They're fine. People are fine. It's when people
Mhm.
start getting ideas that there are problems.
Oh, they have ideas. Tell me more.
I'm not exactly sure if I should. I feel like I'm getting. A few weeks ago, Rangers came by as they usually do, and they told me about your little run-in with that Astra and Bella. Those two.
Kind of like eases off the tree a little bit, arms still crossed. I see.
Just little glimpses of the particular argument that you have, and I'm confused if there's been a change of heart and why.
Well, my feelings on that particular ritual are now completely irrelevant, seeing as it's been done. Foolish. My feelings are unchanged. I like my home. I would like to keep it that way. However, I, would not put my own wishes above the well-being of everyone here, and all of the creatures and its people, and these newcomers, at the very least, seem to some extent, care about this environment and the land and the people and the creatures that make it up. But also, I am bored, Wick, and I'm tired. And I am not eager to see this land change. But I suppose the changing of it would be something new. And there is novelty in that.
I feel like Wick would walk up closer to Thorn. There's not anybody here, but just trying to like being very close. I'm like, I like our home too, Thorn. Define change.
You'd have to ask them, Wick. I don't know. I can only assume after their intentions. I don't know. I would not be surprised if I could see their intention being to strengthen the gate and ensure things stay exactly as they are for the next 1,000 years. I could see their intentions being to tear the thing down brick by brick. The air among them might just have the power to do it. I don't know.
The air.
Hmm.
And which one is that?
I think it gives you like a little bit of a look that says like, if you don't already know, you are not the person that I thought. Like, it's a very like, fond kind of disapproving, but like, you need me to tell you that one? You need me to spell that out?
No, I think he's just like, I want to make sure that you're not lying kind of question. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
And besides, if anything, them venturing into that wretched castle would probably allow them to undo the wrong that was done there by the Dreamer and her paramour. And I am eager to see that undone.
Why?
Because it is a wicked and unnatural thing. It's a ritual that never should have been performed in the first place when it was, and to see it performed again 2,000 years later? Folly of mortals is astounding.
Hey.
And besides, I do not think that queen, self-crowned, really has the stomach for the cost that it entails anyway. Regardless.
So you're banking on cowardice.
Cowardice. Truthfully, the end result on that front is beyond Astra's influence now, as she lies beyond the gate once again. It is entirely up to your party of traveling companions. And I don't think it would take cowardice to undo another's wrong.
Right.
Are you upset with me, Wick?
I can't be upset with you for being who you are. I am upset.
I see.
But not at you.
Fair enough.
Be like being upset with the landscape for changing in front of me. A foolish endeavor.
Well, being upset with me and being upset with the landscape are fairly similar endeavors, but...
Precisely.
Well, is there anything I might provide to make your journey easier?
I don't know how I would answer that. It kind of looks suspiciously at that suggestion. I'm really worried about Ori, if we must be frank.
I see. Her well-being, or...
Well, yes.
Is there something you believe would harm her? Or someone?
Change.
I see. I admit, if the landscape changes in the way I expect it might, I do not know what influence my powers will have here. If there is a here and there anymore, and not just a united one. However, the magic of this realm and the realm beyond the gate is fluid. More so here, of course. I do not see any harm coming to Ori. But there are certainly others in the realm beyond the gate, powerful enough to grant wishes. As much as I would love to believe that I am unique in this way. But change is hard. And there are kinds of hurt beyond just the physical. I do not know.
All right. Are you in danger?
Gives you a smile that's like very fond and a little bit sad. Just a little, and just... Danger? Me? What could possibly dream of harming me, Wick?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
A wise answer. I don't believe I'm in danger, per se. But change has its cost. And whatever the change, I will probably be amongst those paying it. Why? If something happens to me, will you miss me, Wick?
Yes.
Looks like genuinely touched a little bit. Just, oh. Well. Good to know.
I think people take dreams for granted here. You are not one of those people who take them for granted.
I am as much the dream as the person who could take it for granted. A bit biased.
And Ori likes you, or it'd be sad.
I'm a very likable person.
All right. Okay.
Do not fear for me, Wick. There are many dangers on your journey. Many things to worry about, more than me.
My job to worry about everything.
Seems like you should get a new job then. Surely there are more fulfilling careers. You
I
could
could say
venture
the
back to
same
the
for you.
Rangers if you like.
No, I don't. I don't think so.
Speaking of which, be wary this evening. Nightmares about, as always.
As always. Be safe. I mean it.
Kind of like a gentle, like not mocking, like a gentle kind of little flourish and incline of the head. You as well. If you have need of me, I will continue to check in on your party every so often. But if you have need of me, you need only ask, which I know you know.
I think you're unsettling a bit of our travel companions.
I think there are worse things to be in a place like this than unsettled and careful, even if they do not have to fear me. But I will keep it in mind.
All right. Kind of looking at it. Yeah.
You could always invite me to come along. I'm very good company.
He kind of looks like he didn't think like he'd like that Thor would want to come along. Kind of looked at him like what? Okay. Would you like to come back to camp? I don't think rest is something that you did.
Oh, well, I wouldn't be coming back to rest. I think I would rather wait until your companions would like my... If I am so unsettling to them, I do not wish to prevent them from rest. But I suspect a time will come when my presence is perhaps not wanted, but needed. And I will await that moment. Though I appreciate the invitation. Very kind of you.
I feel like Wick's worry has been sort of like pushed back. I think a new worry has blossomed, but the original worry has been assuaged.
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some. I think the final question would just be this Bella. A friend to me?
Oh, are you asking if she's a friend to me or if I think she will like you? Different answers for different questions.
Now he's like, you keep giving me more questions in my head, Thorn. What's going on? Yeah, I think Wick is more asking like, is like these people are after Bella.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what their relationship looks like. Am I gonna be for this person when we meet? I don't know about them. What their relationship? None of my business. They could be going to give a "this isn't you" speech. We kind of just want to know what the vibe is going in like about like how Thor thinks that Wick would interact with Bella.
Yeah, I think that Thorn kind of like folds their hands behind their back very thoughtfully and just. I do not suspect they will be eager to do you or any in your company harm. I think sometimes those we love, not that I bear any love for the Pirate King, I think sometimes those we love need to be swayed off of dangerous paths, and doing so is not always easy or comfortable, though necessary it may be. But I doubt any harm will come to you by way of Bella Bones.
Right.
Perhaps be wary mentioning our dear friendship, though. If I am not with you at that time.
To Bella.
Mm.
All right.
Is there anything else I can do for you, Wick?
What's it gonna cost me?
I don't know. It depends on what you're asking. But I am a very good friend and very charitable. I could be persuaded to give you something at a steep friendship discount.
I'll think on it.
All right. Rest well, my friend, and be safe.
Oh. Wick gives a head nod, not a bower.
I think you see
Hmm.
Thorn kind of like takes a few steps back and like I think is sort of like just dipping behind a tree when it sort of like pauses and goes, "Oh, come along." And you look down and realize that as Avon has been chewing on your scarf this whole time, which is like, so it's like kind of wet and like crinkly at the corner now. And just will like stop and like eyes will flick over and we'll just like let it go out of her mouth, and then we'll just sort of like look up at you, like little tail kind of wagging a little bit, and then we'll stop very happily. And you watch as Thorn, followed close in hand by O, will sort of like take half a step behind a tree and never reemerge, which is something you're fairly used to seeing. But, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna walk back to camp.
Yeah, absolutely.
I greeted with the king size bed and the lovely
Hell
fire.
As everyone settles in for the night, is there anything else anyone would like to do?
I just want to note that as soon as Elise feels Ori's aid dispense, Elise will cast aid on everyone for another 8 hours.
Incredible. You don't feel it dispense yet. I think there's like a couple hours left, but I will keep that in my pocket. It'll probably hit sometime in between watch shifts, to be honest.
Then Elise will just do it on whatever.
Incredible. Yeah.
I think Lark will like ask Elise if she wants to take first watch with him.
Sure, yes, that works.
Amazing. What are my other watch shifts here? So we've got Lark and Elise on first watch. The three of you and Tavia.
I'll go with Wick.
Okay. Do you want to take second watch?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. And then Aelia and Tavia will take last watch. Incredible. And unless there's anything else anyone would like to do, you can all settle in for a night of rest under the sort of glimmering and glinting stars. And I think that's where we're going to take our break, because that feels like a nice place to take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be back in just a few minutes for some dreams and maybe some nightmares. We'll see you in just a moment. Bye-bye. And welcome back. Let's pick up on our first watch. So my second and third watch, you can sort of settle in and begin to get a little bit of rest. Elise and Lark, you are starting off our watches. Just off the top, can you both of you make me perception checks, please? We'll do the business and then we'll get to the roll.
That's a nat 1.
You can make it with advantage, though.
That is
'cause-
true.
Well, actually, no, it's not advantage. It's
No
it's
less than
treated as a
10.
10. Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, slay. So it's a 10.
Oh, I love
18
that I
then.
don't have any d20s.
18, okay.
Oh, that's a lie. I do.
I will say my passive perception is
That's a 1
23.
too.
Oh my god.
Thank God I am a star.
For real.
So that's a dirty 20.
20 and 18, perfect. As both of you kind of sit in the like hazy light of this fire in the like middle of the night, you kind of scan the trees, and none of you notice anything like hugely concerning. I think if nothing else, you kind of see above, like in the distance and in the sky, kind of off in the direction you came, you see like ribbons of sort of green and blue and purple light carved through the sky. You hear the sounds of like wildlife and like nocturnal wildlife, specifically like odd kind of croaking toads and weirdly bird song, which doesn't often happen at midnight. At midnight. But other than that, you are both of you awake and alone in this sort of deep night. What are you up to?
I think Elise is meticulously removing any bump in the dirt, any stick, any stone, like pulling up clumps of grass so her bedroll can lie completely flat.
I think Lark's making like a daisy chain and is just like whistling Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls. I think maybe like a clod of earth kind of like gets on his knee a little bit. He like kind of brushes it off. Is it, do you need help there?
No, I just, have you ever, heard of the Princess and the Pea?
No, I don't.
It is a fancy way of, saying that, if there is even one little lump under my bed, I absolutely will feel it, and my day tomorrow will be ruined.
Ah, I see. Is that
Yes.
a common quality of princesses?
It is, you know, a true princess could feel a pea under a bunch of mattresses, so this person comes to a castle and is like, I'm a princess, and they're like, but you don't look like one, so then they put, like, one pea on a bed, and they'll put, like, 100 mattresses, and she, in the next morning, is like, yes, I slept so well, except for this weird little lump in my back, and they were like, so she is a princess. Because that's basically the whole...
That's a mighty large assumption to make. See. Would you mind if I pulled on your wisdom a little more, given that I am so young?
Well, of course, it is the job of the old to give their wisdom to the young, even, perhaps especially when they don't want it, but since you ask for it, I'm in, well, not in open book, because I will never be that, but I will at least show you my index. I've used too many metaphors today. No thank you. Ask your question.
It might be a little personal if you don't mind.
It just kind of gives a long, suffering sigh. But, like...
You know what? It's alright.
Ask. I appreciate the warning. Go ahead.
Well, I never knew until recently you had a companion once.
Yes?
Was that a very long time ago, or?
Yes. I think I was perhaps around your age when we met.
Very young then. Were you, how do I phrase it? I suppose you knew going into it that it would be a short-lived thing comparatively.
Yes. Yes, that was, Yes, we knew.
But you have no regrets.
About Gordy? No. Well, no. My biggest regret is that we spent too long at the beginning worried about how little time we had that we ended up using so much. And then... Well, I was, at that time, very dedicated to progressing in the world. I was young and ambitious, and I had my eyes set on the title I now have, and so I did not take as much time away to see him as I should have. Because that is the thing, when you are young, you somehow feel like you don't have enough time, and it is only looking back that you realize how much you did have, that you squandered by rushing through everything.
So, if you had the chance to do it all again, would you, I don't know, would you put your work second, maybe, even if it meant a different path for you?
If I could do it again, I would put anything and everything second. Then kind of looks at you and kind of just like reaches over and like gives you a little pat on your hand and is like, "What are you trying to ask me? You can get right."
I'm just trying to organize my own thoughts. I don't really have the freedom to put my job second against anything, and more so, I don't think I would want to. And that's a hard thing to make people understand, I think. That sometimes people do come second. I myself have come second many times to this. And it's not a feeling I generally wish upon anyone.
And you are worried about someone feeling second? And I think we'll just kind of glance over to where Via is, and then arch an eyebrow at you.
I just think there are people better positioned than me in life to give all of themselves to someone. I've been very lucky in finding Alia. She has a great deal of understanding.
With all due respect, I do not think you found Alia. I do think Alia found you.
You are correct, yes.
And perhaps maybe it is not a bad thing to be someone who is always the one being found.
Was Gordy ever upset with you when you couldn't go with him?
Of course. But it was... It was upset, not... He understood. And just because he understood does not mean he wasn't upset, and just because he was upset doesn't mean he didn't understand. when you know someone like that, it is... You know everything. The perfect pieces that are so wonderfully made that nothing in the whole world can possibly hold a candle to, and the parts that are so annoying you just want to bang your head against the cabinet door because, oh my gosh. But that is the part of truly loving. I... Ask what you want to ask. Don't worry about getting your thoughts right and in order. Just ask.
I don't know what the question is, Elise. Far less the answer. I've experienced a lot of upset for things I can't necessarily control. I think that's made me a person who avoids that wherever possible.
I think if you are going to avoid things out of your control, you're going to have a very hard time doing that. Even
Yes,
if Future
I
King
know.
is not all power.
I just don't think it makes me a particularly good... whatever.
Why?
You become very conflict averse when your job is to manage conflict.
Yes, that is true.
And maybe selfishly, maybe the experience I would want is something different, with less warring priorities and more freedoms, and maybe selfishly, if that's not a version I can have, it would be rather less painful to just not have it at all. Is that a terrible thing?
No. No. No, it is not the same, because nothing is the same for anyone. The same event at the same time experienced by two different people are two very different events at two very different times. So the advice that I can give you is not going to be perfect. I cannot give you a fix all. But I will say, in my 500 years on this weird place that we live in, I asked myself over and over again if it was worth it to love for just such a short time. And it took me until very recently to realize that I was asking the wrong question. Because the question should not be, is it worth it? But could I bear to have never loved him at all?
Oh. That's very complicated, Elise.
Yes. Yes. There. Things would be a lot simpler if things were simpler, but it is because things are complicated that we need people who ask these questions, who wrestle with it. Why we need kings who want to be selfish about life and want to still be selfless about everything else. I think she kind of like scoots over next to you and in a very unpracticed way, and I don't think it's something like she's ever done with you, like just kind of like puts her arm around you. And like is like it's like not she's trying so hard to be comforting, but like it's like held in an awkward way and like kind of pats your elbow a little weird. Like is trying so hard, but like is just not.
You know when two cats are like doing that around each other? Like that's so the like Locke just stills like, oh, okay, yeah. That's fine. Just it's
I hate royalty, just kind of by default. I know that's a tangent, but go with me here.
okay.
You and Alia have given me perhaps hope that there could be someone good. Takes that it doesn't have to just be age after age of secrets and redacted information, that perhaps there could be a future where something new happens. We aren't always living in the shadow of a history we don't remember anymore.
Well, if there is ever an eventuality where it looks like we might rule again, I'd be very honored to have your wisdom and your history to guide me.
And I would be very honored to have someone actually listen to it. It kind of like pulls her arm away awkwardly and like folds her hands in her lap. I am not good at this, but thank you for feeling like you could ask. And I will work on giving more concise feedback and advice.
Your feedback was refreshingly concise.
Kind of gives you a nod and like I think it just kind of sits and like doesn't say anything, not in like because like she doesn't have anything to say, but just because she wants to like give you more space if you need to.
Yeah, I think Locke will just fall into like very comfortable silence, but continue like making this like daisy chain crown for the rest of their watch.
Yeah.
And your watch goes by peacefully and unmarked by anything. Well, I say anything unusual. This whole place is unusual. Anything out of the ordinary for the whole out of the ordinary place.
Sure.
And the two of you can wake up Wick and Ori on the next watch and get some rest yourselves. Wick and Ori, would you please both... Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, when I wake them up, I, like, hold out the crown to Ori.
For me?
Yes, you wear it on your head. Very pretty.
Thank you. I'll watch it for you.
Thank you.
Of course, friend. Wick, wake up.
Yeah, he's awake. Oh, sorry. Just kind of watching the exchange before sliding off the king size bed to do watch.
And as our watch shift officially changes over, Wick and Ori, would you both make me a perception check with advantage, please?
With advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to give you guidance as well.
What does guidance do again?
Plus D4.
Okay. Lovely. I got a nat 1 and a nat 20. That's amazing. The two spectrums for that advantage
That's
20.
Incredible. That's
Yeah.
also 3 nat 1s in a row on watches, which is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah,
Like
and
12.
okay, it is 24 for
24 with a nat 20.
yeah. Because I rolled. What did Ori give me? The +4. Yeah, the D20, yeah.
I just wanted to, yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Nat 20's a nat 20, man.
Yeah.
Incredible. Yeah, as you guys kind of settle in for your watch, this night is like much more usual for the two of you. You're used to like quiet nights and the sound of crickets and just sort of like a peaceful night in the dreaming. Are you, the two of you, doing anything? Are you talking about anything? Just enjoying your shift?
Mm. I feel like Wick just has like the tradition of telling Ori whatever he dreamed about. I don't know what he would have dreamt about. He usually has good dreams. I feel like he would probably describe like the glen by his house back in like back on the other side of the gate. Yeah, I think that's how he kind of starts the conversation.
Ori, as Wick describes this dream to you, you sort of can like hear in the distance like the echoes, the like muted echoes of Wick's siblings laughing and the sound of water rushing and wind sort of carving through willow fronds softly.
I want to go back.
People don't stay in the same place. There's no going back to that.
Are you afraid that it's changed too much?
I care about people. Places are, even outside of the dreaming, constantly shifting, moving. The light never catches on the trees the same way. It is people that I like to come back to, and those people are gone save for in my memories. The best place for me to reach them is, ironically, here.
What about making new friends and new family? Things have always been the same here. But imagine if things could change for the better. I love possibility.
Change is... I'm not super fond of change, I think. I think everyone has a different idea how something should look. and often it.
I said,
Yeah.
and how should it look, my darling?
I don't know.
You know, without change, I'm not here.
I know that.
So it all can't be bad.
Suppose. Doesn't mean I have to like it, you know.
I suppose not. But you can't fear all the bad things that changes bring. They bring so many good things, so many more possibilities, so many more dreams.
Do you like these new dreamers?
I do. They have so much sorrow and so much happiness. They've been places I've never seen. Places you don't talk about. Places Thorn doesn't think about. They give me hope.
I'm
What a
glad.
rare treat.
Yeah, I don't think that's something that I give you often.
You give me so much more, my love. I don't need you to give me hope. I just need you to give me your hand.
Yeah, I feel like he puts it out.
Like, scoots herself underneath. I lit this fire.
Did you?
I did.
Very
Me
impressive.
doing manual labor. It's so amazing.
It is quite amazing.
Do you think if they change the dreaming, I'll be able to leave? Go where you've been?
I don't know.
I like to think so.
And here's for hoping.
You know, a lot of things will change. But the one thing that will not change, my beloved, my sweet, sweet Wicker, is that I'll always love you.
Yeah. I feel like he kind of just like puts his hands on the side of her face, just kind of like looking at it. It kind of just amazing. I feel like he just oftentimes reaches out and like, person real, you can't be real. You know.
I am your dream as much as you are mine.
We have to get you some bigger dreams.
You're pretty tall.
Right. I feel like he would launch into like a story about like, I don't know, something about like giants or whatever, about something bigger than he is.
You just kind of sit there with you all. You kind of look out, make sure nothing bad happens. Watching over your friends.
Yeah.
Wick, you're about halfway through this story of giants and like larger than life creatures. When you feel at the back of your neck like prickle of awareness.
Yeah. Stops mid story, just abruptly stands up, turns around to look in the direction of like where that weird feeling comes, just completely change in demeanor.
Yeah. You kind of like glance out in the tree line and you watch as the shadows in the not quite distant enough distance ripple. How many times do you think that Wick has played a part in slaying this nightmare in particular?
I'm gonna roll like D8. Like that's a reasonable number.
Reroll it if it's a 1.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If about 5 times, I think.
5 times. Yeah, you know the feeling of the encroaching nightmare. You don't see it, you don't hear it, but you feel it in the distance. And at the same time as you begin to like feel it and you search for it in the trees, all of you awaken to the sound of thunder rumbling from Tivia's side as his rapier of warning goes off. and as this goes off and you all startle to awaken, what's the word I'm looking for? You all startle awake. That's the phrasing I'm looking for. Can I have everybody please roll initiative? Wick, you are going to add 5 to your initiative check, your ability checks, your attack rolls against this creature, and your saving throws against this creature's abilities.
Okay.
Because you've done this before.
Okay.
You know?
What? Okay. You started listing things for.
No, you're good. Basically, everything about this creature you can add that +5 to, including attacks and damages.
Okay. Hey. Okay. All right. Cool.
All right, 30 to 25. 25 to 20.
Oh yeah. Sorry. That's.
You're okay.
I'm doing math.
No, you're so good. You're so good.
Yeah. 21.
21. Perfect. Okay. 20 to 15.
17.
16.
18.
Oh my god, hi
18.
guys.
Ori, 17. Elise, and you said 16, Alia?
Yes.
Okay, and then Lark, what did you get?
9.
That's okay.
Yeah, you did, Lark.
Whoa.
No, that sounded so encouraging.
Okay. I'm with you.
Like, yeah, Lark, that's a big number. Almost
I
double
see.
digits.
I'm with you.
Almost.
Yeah, double digits is overrated if you ask me. Yeah, so top of the order then, we have Thorn. Thorn, this creature has not made itself aware, has not made its presence known yet. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm so sorry.
Thorn? I was like,
Not Thorn.
You're thinking about the same thing.
Who's really playing Thorn here?
Where's the Tenzin at?
Mother
Oh my
Cassian
God.
enters the Discord call.
yeah, I thought someone else was like, I was like, do I have a guess?
No. I'm so sorry. Genuinely no idea where that came from. Oh, I know where. For some reason, I wrote Thorn's name down instead of Wick.
We're
Just thinking
one
about-
person.
Hey, Wick!
We're
It's real. I apologize. Wick, this creature has not made itself known yet, but you can almost feel it like you have a tether to it, moving in the trees, burrowing beneath the earth. What would you like to do?
Okay. Feeling how far away, do I sense it is? Gently,
Yeah. You have a feeling it's somewhere between 30 to 40 feet from you.
Okay, hold on. I need to see if do I have to. I think I need to. Okay, no, it's just verbal. Okay. Wick is gonna cast command. On it. And is gonna just say halt, stop, to
Does
give them time.
command require you to see the creature?
No, it's just verbal.
Oh, beautiful, perfect. Then yeah.
It just needs to be able to hear me.
Absolutely. What language are you speaking?
That's such a good question. Okay, lovely. I feel like would probably just go through the gamut of all the languages that you know.
Do you know Sylvan?
I do know Sylvan, yes.
Perfect. Then yeah, and I think you would probably, I would say you would know this from your 5 experiences with this creature only understands Ancient Sylvan. Yeah. So you utter this command word in Ancient Sylvan and it ripples through the air and in the fabric of the world around you. Would you remind me, is that a charisma saving throw?
It's a wisdom saving throw. They have to beat 15.
You got it. That is, believe it or not, a natural 20, actually.
Damn, still moving. Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, it's probably gonna do something. I guess who looks generically the most scared in this situation? Wait. Sorry, who were you pointing at someone? What's happening?
Me?
No, I was who looks most scared in this group of our friends? No one looks scared.
Does anyone look scared?
No, I'm gonna give it to Ori. No, I'm gonna give it to Ori though. I'm gonna touch Ori and imbue you with heroism. Willing creature you touch is imbued with bravery until the spell ends. The creature is immune to the frightened condition and gains temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting ability. Beautiful. Yeah.
Incredible. What does it look like as you do this?
Like in this moment, like you like almost see like this like glimmering like set of like wings kind of like appear behind Wick, like the I guess the visage of it. That's sort of like envelop Ori and just like settles around her skin.
Oh yeah, I love that. Anything else? Would you like to move around? You staying put?
I feel like I don't know. I don't think that we're just thinking this camp. I feel like we'd try to like position itself in front of the group where the direction of the thing is coming from. Yeah, because it's not here yet. And I'm like, I got a sword and a shield. I can't really do anything distant wise. Just kind of wait for it to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you make me a persuasion check to try and draw its attention when it surfaces?
Oh yes. Persuasion. Okie dokie. That is a 19.
19, perfect. Yeah, you feel properly like you are sort of conveying yourself as the biggest threat on this field to this creature. At the end of your turn, the Slithering Nightmare is going to use all 3 of its legendary actions to surface from the ground. You all feel the rumble of earth beneath you, and a moment later, like 2 glowing red crimson beacons in the darkness, you see its eyes open and fixate on you, Wick. It is going to use its ability Gloamlit Glare. Wick, can you please make me a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah, absolutely. That is I can do math. That's 16 plus that's 19.
19? That succeeds. You feel this like creeping cold and this panging headache spark through you for just a moment. And as someone who is experienced and well weathered on this creature and its attacks, you just managed to shake off what would have been an unbelievable amount of cold and psychic damage. And its glare moves from you, and all of you can now see the silhouette of this form as its head rises about 20 feet in the air and looks down at you. This massive snake made of what appears to be like shadows and fragments of that sort of deep blue and purple fog that makes up a lot of the like space in between these trees as it coalesces into this huge snake nightmare. That is its legendary action. We move on to Tavia. Tavia is gonna fucking hide. Good job, Tavia. All of you, anyone who has like Tavia in their peripheral vision, you watch as he steps out of it, and if you turn to look, they're gone in the trees. Tavia is also going to hold their actions until this creature is closer because he does not want to stray from the group. That is Tavia's action. It is now Ori's turn with Elise on deck.
Okay. Being protected by Wick, Ori kind of reaches and like touches her heart and sort of says a prayer in ancient Sylvan. And a like invisible line, their heartbeats like line up. I'm casting Warding Bond on you. You get +1 to your AC, as well as advantage, or not advantage, it's +1 to your AC in saving throws, and you have resistance to all damage. The only caveat is each time you take damage, I also take the same amount of damage.
No!
Incredible. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Any bonus actions, any movement?
I will, as much as possible, pull to the max length that I can for this. I will step back 30 feet from Wick, but still within I can still see him.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Ori. That is now Elisa's turn with Alia on deck.
Amazing. First thing I want to do is how far away is this creature?
It is currently about 35 feet away from the group.
Okay, so I can't get there in this turn. First, and I'm okay using my action to do this. I'm just gonna call out, like, does it have any weaknesses against anything that we know of? So I can fight Martyr.
Wick, you would know without a roll, this creature does not have any weaknesses, but it does have several resistances and immunities. I think you would know that this creature is immune to psychic damage and resistant to necrotic damage.
Okay.
And you suspect it has other resistances and immunities as well, but those are the ones that you've discovered.
Yes, I think would just shout that out. And it's like, it's a tricky one though. To just let them know. Nick probably has other tricks up its sleeve. I don't know.
Yeah. And at least that's not your action. Talking is a free action.
Beautiful. In that case, I think Elise is going to, can I hold my action until it comes within 30 feet of, like, of me, I guess?
Absolutely.
And as soon as it comes in, I'll go.
You got it. Any movement you'd like to take, or are you holding?
I will, back up and kind of, like, get in front of Lark, I think. Not in the, like, Lark needs my protection,
Sure.
You know, all skin and bones of me, but in a, like, just in case I'm ready, kind of way. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Elise. Alia, it is your turn with the nightmare on deck.
Okay, cool, beautiful. So it's like, you said it was 35 feet away from where we
Yes.
currently are? Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's okay. Fuck it, we ball. Let's do this. My bonus action, I'm going spiritual weapon,
Here.
which I believe allows me to make an attack when I cast it.
Slay.
So I need to do. What do I need?
What
to
does
do?
your weapon
I need
look
to make
like?
an attack. Oh, that's such a good question. I think it's a big fuck off halberd.
Oh yeah.
I think it is very clearly a weapon that is designed to be like wielded by members of the Royal Guard.
Love that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
so
Make your
I'm gonna
attack.
do that, and then it's a melee. Okay, my bonus. Let's see what happens. That's a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, sick. We do a little bit of force damage. That sucks. That's fucking 3 points of force damage.
That's
Boo,
okay. 3 less than a
tomato.
head.
Yeah, exactly. And I am then rush forward so I can get within 15 feet of it.
Absolutely.
And I am going to channel Divinity Solar Flare.
Ooh, tell me about that.
Which is funky little homebrew. You should always homebrew your subclass, kids. Yeah. So when this happens, you emit a shimmering corona of magical light in action. Every enemy within 15 feet of me has to make a Constitution saving throw. So I would like this guy to make a Constitution saving throw for me when you get a chance.
I would love to do
and then
that
some
for you.
Stuff is gonna happen.
Ooh, that's not very good. I just to clarify, is this a sleep effect or a charm effect or a shape changing effect?
No, it is not.
That is okay. I'm going to use one of my legendary resistances to resist this.
Boo! Okay, it's still gonna do damage. But
Oh
not
yeah, we
as
love
much.
damage.
It's gonna do half of my 2d8 radiant damage. That was 8. So 4 points of radiant damage.
Beautiful.
And then I can grant that as temporary HP to any of my allies in range. So I'm gonna go ahead and give that to Wick because I have a feeling that we will be up close and personal with this guy.
Hell yeah.
What has
Absolutely.
been given to me? I'm writing down.
4 points of temporary HP.
Okay,
Enjoy.
excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Alia. Is
Yeah.
there anything else you would like to do on your turn?
I actioned, I bonus actions, I moved. That's it.
Do you want to move any more? You said you're moving within 15 feet of it, yeah?
Within 15 feet, I think I'm gonna, I'm just gonna get that if this thing wants to bite me, it has to move.
Just to clarify, all right, do you want to get in 15 feet of its head or its tail? Because this is a long creature.
It's a long boy. I'm gonna
boy.
say the head.
Okay,
And
perfect.
also hoping that me suddenly magically glowing so crazy will draw its attention to me and not the other people in my group.
Sure. Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
want to make a check to try and draw its attention on that?
Yeah, sure. Can
Make a
I?
persuasion.
That's great. Yeah, okay. Cool.
I'll give you advantage because you were the last one to hit it.
Oh my god, thank you. This is crazy. You guys don't
What can
even
I
need
say?
to
I'm a
actually-
generous DM.
That's a 19 on the die plus 7 for a total of 26.
Yeah, that'll do it. I rolled an 8. So yeah, you see those like glowing red eyes, which were fixated on Wick, loom down over you and cast you in this like crimson glow. Incredible. It is now the Slithering Nightmare's turn with Lark on deck. You see this snake kind of like slither closer to actually it doesn't have to slither closer. It can bite you from there. Never mind, it doesn't. It stays
Oh, it
pretty
can?
much-
Okay, cool.
Yeah. The thing about big snake is big reach, you know what I mean?
So true, so true.
But big snake also easy to hit. So you win some, you lose some. You see this snake kind of draw itself up further and like look down at you with these crimson eyes. And you watch as it rears back and it leans down to strike. I'm gonna make my first bite attack against you. Oh, certainly. I don't even think I can, what's the math on that? Jesus Christ, it's a 31? 31. Yeah,
I
I'm
do
just gonna
believe
go ahead and roll.
that will in fact hit. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that is
Fair.
correct. Mhm,
Fair
mhm,
enough.
mhm,
Yeah.
mhm,
I'm gonna roll the
mhm.
second
Yeah.
attack while I'm thinking about it here.
Please.
Second one is a 23 to hit.
Shield.
Okay,
No, you
perfect.
don't. Yeah.
Incredible. So that one hits. We'll make the third attack in just a moment because it's a little bit different. So let me.
Oh, this is the
roll.
third one? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. You're level 14, babe. There's 3 attacks
I know.
happening.
I'm having a great time, unironically.
I'm so glad you're having
Hey,
a good time. I hope you continue
that
to.
third attack, I'm gonna use my Ilmet by Moonlight as a reaction, and you roll at disadvantage.
It's not a roll to hit attack, but if you would like to do it on the first one, you can, or you can save it if you want.
I'll save it then.
Okay.
Question: is this creature within 5 feet of me because it was coming towards me first, or is it farther than that?
It hasn't really moved much.
Okay.
I'm gonna say no, but its
Alright.
tail in just a moment will be in 5 feet of you if you would like to trigger something.
Okay. Unless that tail is coming to hit somebody, probably.
It is, but not
Okay.
rolling to hit. It's gonna be like a dex save situation.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Oh, I rolled terrible on damage. Goodness gracious. That's better. Okay. That is, I can't read. That is 11 points of piercing damage and 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 points of necrotic damage on that bite. As you feel these huge ice cold fangs snap into your arm and retract instantly.
I heard the 11. What was after that? I cut out.
That's okay. It was 8, 9, 12 points of necrotic.
Okay. 12 points of necrotic. Okay. Cool. Thank
Incredible. Yeah, anytime. And as this head sort of stays in that same 15 feet, all of you watch as this like huge barbed tail kind of moves to wrap and coil around the back. Those of you who were holding actions for when this thing got within 30 feet, I believe that was Elise, yes?
Yep.
Elise, the tail is within 30 feet if you would like to do something.
Absolutely. I would
I'm
like
just holding my hand
to.
up here.
I think. Okay, this is kind of indulgent for Elise.
Do it.
Right, this is a nightmare.
Yeah.
And so sort of out of academic curiosity more than anything else, Elise is like, I wonder if nightmares have nightmares. And I'm gonna cast Phantasmal Killer. And I tap into the nightmares of a creature you can see within range and create an illusory manifestations of its deepest fears visible only to that creature. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, things happen.
Is this a charm effect or does it do psychic damage?
It doesn't specify. Oh shoot! Yes, it does do psychic damage.
I will let you know because Wick told you that. If you would like to change what you're doing, it will be immune to that.
Okay. Then in that case,
Very cool idea, though.
I'm going to do. In that case, I'm gonna cast Spirit Shroud instead.
Hell yeah. Good spell.
So I think I'm like calling forth the spirits of the dead. I think Elise is like, I can't handle that actually. So I think if I can flavor it a little bit,
Absolutely.
what comes is just like all of like intangible like scholars and like history buffs, like well-known people of the day who are like doing cool things in academia, like kind of these like intangibles surround her, and so until the spell ends I do extra damage, which I know it's resistant to necrotic, so I'm going to make it radiant damage.
Okay,
And
perfect.
choose that. And any creature that takes this damage cannot regain hit points until the start of my next.
Very fun. Incredible.
So I think that's all I can do at this point is cast it because I held my action. But yeah, just Elise's, and I feel like they're all that like sickly green that happens when Elise phase steps of like that flash of the sun setting over the ocean. So just like sickly green, like old scholars are just like circling around Elise, who's just sitting there, just like waiting for something else to happen. Just looking very like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with that. Incredible. Thank you so much. This creature's tail coming into close contact with all of you is also going to trigger Tavia's attacks. As you all watch as Tavia leaps from the shadows, rapier and dagger bared, and slices into this character's scales, sending like spurts of shadow all around. I'm going to roll that because I've never gotten to roll sneak attack damage for Tavia, and normally I just sort of like narratively flavor it. However, I think it's... Oh, why am I rolling a d20? That's not what I'm rolling. I already rolled a hit. I just think it'd be fun for me to get to do that once for Tavia. That is... Oh, I'm obsessed with you. Yes, roll almost max damage. 17, 18, well, okay, not anymore, but that's fine. 19, 20, plus, rogues or something, huh? Plus, okay, 25 plus the d8, great, 25, Tavia does 28 points of damage on sneak attack with this rapier as he just like carves in with one and his dagger makes landing in the carcass of the other, doing another 5 points of damage. And you see he, like, very kind of aware of the way this creature's focus is moving, will not hide again. He's staying. I mean, it's his held action, so he can't. But he, like, stays, I think, kind of next to you, Aelia, in this space between the head and the tail. And that is right around when this tail finally comes sweeping through. I need everybody... Lise, you backed up to 60 feet, correct?
I didn't move after I cast Spirit Shroud.
No, on your turn before?
If that was how far away Lark was, then yes.
Oh, that's right, you did stay with Lark. Did somebody back up to 60 feet?
It was me.
Perfect.
Oh, it didn't back up to 60, it was 30. I can only move 30.
That is okay. So then I need everybody here except for Ori to please make me a dexterity saving throw as this barbed tail comes sweeping towards the group.
Okay. 18.
21.
Okay. 18, 21. The 21 is a pass. 18 is a fail.
Play.
8, that's a fail. I should
Oh,
roll.
wait a second. I forgot to add the plus 5. That
That is true.
Yeah,
So
okay.
yes.
Oh, did we get
18 plus 5. Okay.
Oh, also, you guys do get paladin auras from this. So you would get all 3 of the paladin auras. So that's 5. Aelia, what's yours?
I think it's just a 2.
So
Let me
everybody here who is... So, Lark, you can add 7.
look.
This is so hard because most of you are paladins. So don't add your own aura because it's already factored in, but you can add everyone else's.
Okay, perfect.
So
That
who
means
got
my
less than
rogue.
20? That's okay. Anybody else? Okay, that's okay. The rest of you are going to take half damage. Lark, you're going to take 4. Let me roll this very quickly. I didn't roll great, so... okay, that is... God damn it, I can't do math. 34. Okay, 34. And then 2d8. Incredible. So Lark, you take 42 bludgeoning damage and 12 cold damage.
Don't worry.
Big tail. Tavia is going to use evasion on that, even though he passed, so Tavia is going to take no damage. The rest of you are going to take 21 and 6, so 27 damage total.
That's cut in half for you, Briar, because of Warding Bond.
Okay.
Yes, so cut that in half again. We'll round down on that. So that is, oh god, 10 plus, 13.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I'm bloodied. I don't
I'm
know
very
about
much
you guys.
bloody.
Good to know. Thank you so much. Lark, you are also, because you failed, under the effect of the Bane spell, so you must subtract a d4 from your attacks and saving throws until the end of your next turn.
Slay.
As Lark, you feel ice cold fear grip into you. That feeling of trying to break out of a nightmare and not quite being able to clouds your vision. And that is the Slithering Nightmare's turn. It is Lark, now your turn with Wick on deck.
Am I frightened, did you say, or I just...
No,
like,
you're not. You feel that, like, you are surrounded by so many paladins, you are incapable of being, like, having the fear effect, but you feel the, like, physical effects of fear.
So I think to flavor, like, what happens here, I think when Alia's kind of, like, solar flare went off, I think unconsciously Lark's own wild shape started to mimic it, and, like, the lighting kind of, like... Even though I don't know where the fuck, if there's a moon or a sun in the sky, whatever, it looks as though, like, whatever light is hitting Lark in this moment, like, something, like, dips below a skyline and rises in the other direction, and there's this kind of, like, winking kind of, like, lens flare that appears in his hand, and once that kind of, like, fades from view, this, like, glowing longbow appears in his grip, and for a moment, like, they're kind of like silhouetted in like this brilliant like dawn light, and for a moment it looks as though there's a crown on their head, and then that tail smacks them to the floor. And for a moment it's like, oh shit, where'd they go? And then I think in a surprising, like, do I have to use like half my movement to get up, I assume? Am I on the
No, you're not knocked prone.
Okay, I'm just like buffeted. I think draws back this bow, and for a moment they look like, with this like white hair, look like the image of their father, with this like unnatural like determination and like skill, with like a weapon that they shouldn't be used to handling, but in this moment feel very proficient in. And I'm going to make 2 attacks with this magical bow in my dawn form. But I have to do a -4 from these, right?
Minus d4.
Oh, okay. Better. So that's a 16 on the first.
That barely hits.
Okay. And a 17 on the second.
That hits.
Okay. So that is...
I'm so sorry.
2d10 on each of those, plus my wisdom modifier. I'm also shedding bright light within 10 feet.
Incredible.
Difference, and dim light within another 15 feet. I can never spot a d10 in my tray. Nice. Okay, so that is 22 on the first hit. And that is 17 on the second hit, points of radiant damage.
Incredible. Yeah, you fire these arrows and they land perfectly. They like, the light carves through the shadow that makes up this creature's body and find their mark. And you hear as like the creature lets out like this hiss that almost sounds like the scraping of nails on metal as they find their mark beneath the scales. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn? Would you like to move anywhere?
I think I'm gonna stay like exactly at the range like my bow needs to be.
Absolutely.
And I'm not going to use a bonus action. I'm just gonna, yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay, perfect. It is now Wick's turn with Tavia on deck.
Beautiful. Lovely. I think Wick is gonna try to strike for its head.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like, get the fuck out of my face. Beautiful. I don't think that, wait, I have to add the +5. I keep forgetting about that. That is 18.
18 hits.
Okay, beautiful. Lovely. And we're gonna, do we're gonna add a little smite on top of
Hell
that.
yeah, add a smite.
Beautiful. So that is I can do math. That is 16 damage for that.
16 damage, beautiful.
Yes. Yeah, beautiful. And using that extra attack, we're gonna come back around with that sword and swing at it. At this
Hell yeah.
again. Beautiful. That is 18 to hit. And same thing again. That is 9 damage on top of that.
Absolutely.
Cool. Is it like, where is this creature's like eyes like focused on? Like, who is it like?
Great question. I think right now its eyes are focused a little bit on Tavia, who sprung from the shadows and just like started carving bits out of it, and also who is like still in melee with it. Yeah, that's where it's at currently.
Okay. Beautiful. How far away is Tavia away from me?
Tavia was near Alia, so within 10
Okay.
feet of you for sure.
Within 10 feet of me. Okay, that's to me, it's too far. Beautiful. Ori's back there. Ugh, okay. I feel like I'm trying to picture the battlefield in my head. I feel like and Lark is like visibly like bloodied, correct? Yeah.
Probably,
It's gonna be like, they haven't told me that this is like royalty. I've just pieced that together, but I'm just gonna move towards like, I'm gonna be like just pushing myself sort of in between, not in a like offensive way, just being like, I'm just gonna be over here near you. I think that's what's gonna generally be what Wig does.
How far are you moving from this creature?
How far is Lark away from the creature? You don't know?
What's your bow range?
I don't know. What's the normal longbow range?
I think it's like
120 feet.
160. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not that far. I'm probably where we were before, like me and Elise were before, so 30 feet back, was that?
Okay. Yeah. 30 feet work.
Okay. So
Are
like,
you moving the full 30 back?
no, just gonna be in between the creature. So like, I guess like halfway point. Just moving across the battlefield from where they are, just like slides over. It's like I'm in between this and that. It's a bit more so it than anything.
Halfway between is still within that creature's threatened area. You do not take an opportunity attack. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I don't think so. I think he's gonna hold off.
Okay, incredible. Thank you so much. That was your turn. It is now Tavia's turn with Ori on deck. All of you see as Tavia like stands here, blades bared, kind of looks up at this creature. And anyone who can sort of see Tavia's face and like the front of Tavia, you kind of watch as he like takes a breath, and when he blinks, his eyes, which are normally blue, turn into this like crackling silver. And you watch as this like magic swirls from the hilt up their arms. And above you, this like sort of silvery purple storm cloud begins to form as he casts a very astral piratified fireball at this creature on the other side because it is big, so it is not going to hit any of you. Let me make that dexterity saving throw. That succeeds, but it's okay. It'll still take half damage. That is 6, 7, 8, 12. Oh my god, that's crazy. I rolled 2 6s and 2 3s. So basically 3 6s, that's 18. 19, 20. And I rolled 2 1s and 2 5s again. What the fuck? That's so weird. 19, 29, 31 half. So like he does 16 points of fire damage as this bolt of like pure it's like that kind of fire that's like turns blue almost. This like fire just begins to rain down from the sky on top of this creature, who rears back and howls. Let me mark off my own damage on that. Incredible. And all of you watch as this creature rights itself again. It fixates itself entirely on Tavia in front of it. That is Tavia's turn. He's going to stay here because he feels too bad to leave all of you. That is Tavia's turn. It is now Ori's turn with Elise on deck.
Okay. Just to know for like your table, can you cast cantrips and spells in the same turn, or do? Okay. Then I'm going to open with Ray of Frost. The water, the wings that are kind of behind them from Wick kind of turn into have like ice kind of appearing off of them, and then it like shoots off icicles off of it.
Hell yeah.
And I was going to 15 hit.
15 is a miss.
Okay. And then with that, I'm going to back up another like 10, 15 feet. I'm going to say 15 feet, and I'm going to begin humming Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls, and I'm using Mass Healing Word at third level. Where are you at? And that'll heal you everybody for 9.
Beautiful. Incredible. And I will say, that's okay. To flavor your Ray of Frost as well, I think as you begin to fire it off, Ray of Frost is cold damage, yes?
Yes.
As you fire this off, you watch as these icicles like bounce off of this creature's like carapace. I will give you the knowledge with that you believe this creature would have been resistant to cold anyway, as the Nightmare's cold grip. Yeah, I lost my words halfway through that, but incredible. Thank you so much. Oh god, I closed out of my initiative tracker. That's okay. It is now Elise's turn with Aelia on deck.
Perfect. Elise is gonna turn around, and is Lark still bloodied? Can she give a quick look and see?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, then she's just gonna lay on hands you for 10. Just like grabs your shoulder and says, "Good." And you get 10 HP, and then is going to look around and who is looking the worst right now? Can I make some kind of check to see who's looking the worst right now?
Yeah, I think for free action you can. Tavia looks literally untouched. Is anyone else here bloodied?
I'm barely above bloodied.
Okay, then Elise is going to use Phase Step to teleport 5 feet away from Aelia, and because of that, Aelia gets my proficiency bonus in temp HP, so you get 8 temp HP.
Hell yeah.
And then I'm just gonna wait there, so I can hopefully do Lay on Hands next turn, but
Gorgeous.
get you waiting. I think in this moment, like, as Elise is Phase Stepping and like healing, I think Elise has this moment of like, I have found myself in the position of being a caretaker. That is wholly different to me, but not uncomfortable. As like heals and goes and like doesn't make a move to attack anything, is just like healing temp HP and is like, oh, this is my role and that feels okay.
Yeah.
And I think that's my turn. Yeah.
Incredible. At the end of your turn, the creature is going to use 2 of its legendary actions. You watch as this creature like rears back as like shadows pour out of it, and it like its mouth opens and you all see these 2 long fangs still dripping with Aelia's blood, and it lets out this screeching hiss. I need everybody in the party to please make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
28.
28, that's a save. And don't forget to add the paladin everything bonuses for everybody.
How much is it? 7? So then that's
7?
35.
You saved. You're perfect. Fail.
got
No,
it.
I'm just kidding.
A 33 without the
crazy.
paladin bonuses, so I'm
That's a
good.
save.
Yeah, I have 32.
32,
29.
That's a save. Lark?
19.
19 just saves. Incredible. All of you feel in this moment. Oh, I didn't roll for Tavia. Hang on.
Oh no.
Oh, Tavia, no. Tavia, no.
Tavia does not save.
No.
All of you feel in this moment as this hiss echoes through the air. It's almost like it's sucking the rest away from you, peeling away the peace of mind you've had in the middle of the night here. And while all of you can like sort of shake off the cold that is left, you watch as like Tavia's shoulders kind of straighten and tense a little bit, and he like rolls them a little bit, but you all see there is a little bit more weariness as Tavia takes a level of exhaustion. That is the legendary action. It is now Alia's turn with the nightmare on deck.
Okay. Fun. Alright. As my bonus action, I'm gonna use my Champion's Eye feature to give myself advantage on my next attack to this creature. So I think Alia just like takes a moment to like step back, is like, I'm charging into this way too quick. Like really like observe this thing and like size it up. And like I feel almost like a snake charmer kind of starts like moving back and forth like with the motions and is like, okay, I get your fucking rhythm. I got your number, my guy.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna make 2 attacks.
Hell yeah, make
and
'em.
just whack this shit out of him. Okay, so my first attack, it does a 29.
No, yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna just do both of these at once then instead
Okay.
of trying to divide this shit up. Okay, well, my next one was a natural 1, but I am sitting on a pile of damage. No, I didn't use my advantage. Can I use my advantage?
Use your advantage.
Okay, the advantage that I literally just got. Okay, that is way better. That is a 22 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, awesome. And I'm also going to Divine Smite at, I don't know.
Hell yeah.
4th level. Let's go fucking,
Hell
let's
yeah.
just do it. Let's burn that spell slot. I'm
Hit me.
resting soon anyway. Okay, so that, I've got my D10s for my sword. Where are you? Here you are. Okay, and I've got so many. I've not smote in a long time. Bear with me here for a moment.
Take your time.
It's okay.
You
It's
can't
one of
rush
those-
a smite, you know?
So true. It's okay, so 2d8 for first level, second, third, fourth. Okay, that's the right amount of dice to have here. This is the right amount.
Are you including your improved Divine Smite as well? Your extra D8?
Am I? I'm not! Oh my god, that's so fucking true.
Reminder,
I got
all my
the right amount of
paladins, on your
D8
weapon
out.
attacks, you get a D8.
Thank you.
I didn't do it, but you're welcome.
Well, I'm not thanking Wizards of the Coast, so I'll thank
Real.
you.
Then I will, I will accept the credit. Thank you so much. I did this on
Okay,
my own.
cool. 6, 10, 26, 32, 33, plus, hold up, plus another 10. That's 43 points
Huge.
of damage. Slashing and radiant. I'm assuming you don't need those separated.
I do not.
Thank God, because I wasn't going to be able to do it.
Even if I did, I would not do that to you, because that's crazy.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
got you. Yeah, you carve into this creature's scales. Now, the shadows are pouring forth so much that, like, all of you who are in melee range of this creature, like, you can't really see your feet because there are just swirling shadows moving around you, almost snake-like themselves. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn, Alia?
I don't want to take an opportunity attack, so I'm going to stay here.
This thing, I will say, from the way you've seen people on this battlefield move, you know that this thing has a large threatened area. You would have to move like a lot to get an opportunity attack.
I'll like back up and stay within. Like I think Alia kind of like goes and strikes and then steps back to like fall in step with Wick, and it's just like I recognize. Yeah, thank you for that, and I will also be standing here between this thing and my husband.
How close are you to me? Like,
I mean, I think I probably like next to him. Like we're getting ready to form like the fucking shield wall. Like she's
beautiful. Your armor class increases by 2.
Oh my god! Yay! Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hell yeah, incredible. It is now the Nightmare's turn with Lark on deck. You watch as those like beaming red eyes remain focused on Tavia with a terrifying singularity. And you watch as this tail raises again and sweeps across the battlefield. I need everybody within 20 feet to go ahead and make me another dexterity saving throw. Lark, even if you fail, you will not take Bane for another round. It's just a matter of if you're going to take half damage or not.
Oh. Okay. It's a 9.
And it's a plus.
Wait, did they
7
have Bane on them?
Yes, Lurk did from failing
They,
this.
they don't anymore. Spellbreaker is an ability I have. Anytime I cast a spell over
yeah.
level 1, any spell on that person is immediately broken.
Hell yeah, so you do not have Bane in general.
Slay.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Someone else asked me a question and I missed it. Someone else have a question? That's okay. Did anybody get under a? I have to look for it because for some reason I never make it apparent. Anyone get under a 20?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's okay. Don't forget your paladin bonuses.
I didn't.
It's still under 20.
That is okay. Let me roll that damage. Tavia also fails this because he's just a
How far
guy.
is Tavia from me right now?
How far did you back up?
I backed up to be next to Wick, and
I
I
was
don't
like
know
15 paces away from the nightmare.
where.
So
Yeah.
you were about 15 feet away from Tavia.
Okay, never mind. Then I will use my reaction for Wick then, and I'll use my interception fighting style to reduce whatever the fuck this damage is about to be.
Amazing, beautiful.
Hell yeah. Teamwork makes the dream work.
I've managed to not eat into any of my HP because I had so many temporary hit points before the battle began.
Sorry, I'm doing math.
No, I sympathize. You're doing the thing.
Thank you so much. Fun. Big numbers always sound really fun to me when I'm making the stat block, and then the next day I'm always like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Yeah.
Incredible. That is for those of you who failed. That is 40 points of bludgeoning damage and 12 points of cold damage. Those of you who passed, that is 20 points of bludgeoning damage and what did I say? 12, 8, 9, 10, and 6 points of cold damage.
Okay, Wick is going to take minus 11.
Okay.
So instead of that, it's whatever that is, minus 11. I don't know what.
So that's you'll only take 21 points, I believe, then, because I think it was
Okay.
21 plus 12. No. I'm so sorry. Ignore that. That's not true. So it's 20, because it was 26. Whatever 26 minus 11 is. 15?
15.
We got there.
Yeah.
15.
Incredible.
Why the
Incredible.
minus 11?
Because I used my reaction.
And it's also cut in half because of warding bond.
That is also true. Thank you so much for the
Okay.
reminder, Barnaby.
Okay. All right. Beautiful.
Tell me how much you did, because I also take it. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, 7. I think is what I take.
Yes, you
Okay.
each will take 7. Yeah.
James, can I get you to repeat the amount that the people who succeeded take? Because I
Yes.
had a different number in my head, and I can
That's
only
okay.
hold one number at a time.
26 total.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Absolutely. And you all watch as Tavia also staggers from this hit as the tail comes around and wraps itself entirely around him and lifts him up in the air as this creature's last attack of this round is Horror's Embrace. This creature is essentially constricting Tavia slightly, and you watch as Tavia is now restrained and is shouting because he can't quite get his weapons out. And I'm gonna do some damage for Tavia, but also I'll do that while we move on to Lark's turn with Wick on deck.
I'm down, so I can't do anything.
What?
Yeah.
Squishy.
Yeah. Wow. No, you're good.
I had 42 hit points. You blew through all of them.
That'll do it. Yeah. Lark, will you please make me a death saving throw?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
That's a 9. Do I add anything to that?
You do not.
That's a 9.
That is a fail.
Okay.
Lark, as you lay in the soil, what are you thinking about in this moment? As I fist fight tempo with my bear. I muted myself in the middle of that.
I don't think Lark is thinking much. I think what's going on is a battle between warmth and cold, the warmth of his own dawn form trying to fight the winter of his season, which seems to just be getting more and more and more intense and kind of wrapping kind of icy kind of fingers around their chest.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
I think as their breath kind of becomes more shallow, it clouds in the air in front of him.
Absolutely. All of you watch as Lark falls. That is your
Get the president!
Alias screams.
Who's the president?
Like, it's bad.
Yeah. That is Lark's turn. It is now Wick's turn with Tavia on deck. I did not roll that damage. I'll do it right now. But yes, Wick, tell me about it. Hit me with it.
I'm torn. I was gonna do something. Like, no. Okay.
I got it.
Okay, got it.
Do what you need to do.
Okay.
We're all racing to see who can help Lark first. Like,
I feel like Lark is behind him. He's gonna focus on what's in front of him. Sorry. Sorry.
Don't apologize. We have plenty of healers in the party.
Yeah, beautiful. Tavia, beautiful boy. He's up in the air, correct?
Yes, he is currently restrained, and he's getting squeezed to shit.
Oh, dokie. Okay, beautiful. I'm trying to read the language of this. Where did the hell did the thing just go? There's so much shit on this character sheet. I'm trying to. What is this thing called? Beautiful. Yeah, he's going to move up towards the tail. I'm trying to use my wings, but I cannot find it in here. Beautiful. Yes, okay, yeah, there we go. I am going to spread out my wings so I can get up there, first of all.
Yeah, absolutely. What do your wings look like as you extend them?
So they kind of like are, they're very like this cream white with like brown on the edges when they kind of like fan out, sort of like this golden light, kind of like the Eternals in Marvel, that kind of like spell work kind of like coming off of him, and his eyes sort of like glow this white gold from his eyes as he kind of just shoots upward. And once he's up there, he's gonna slash at the tail to try to like free my boy, get him out of there. You don't belong in there. I'll get you out of there. Okay, that is 28 to hit.
That hits.
Beautiful. And then a whole bunch of damage over here. 3 is that is I could do that. 18 damage on the tail. I don't know if I have. Okay, and then an extra attack. I'm gonna swing again at the tail.
Hell yeah!
Trying to free my boy. I don't. Is that a 9 or a 6 or a 9? That is a 20 to hit. Unnatural 20. But
20 hits?
Okay, beautiful. And then that is 7 points of damage.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hover up by there unless he until like if the tail is still up.
The tail is still up, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Incredible. Yeah, anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No. Well, I guess like just looking at like Tavia, like what does like his mouth covered, or can you talk?
No, he can talk. It's mostly like the tail kind of wraps around the bulk of like his abdomen and his upper legs. So he's kind of like squished in like this. I think you see Tavia. Well, let's roll. Now you get a natural 20, you motherfucker. This is so sad for gay reasons though, so it works. Whatever, Tavia tides. You see Tavia like turns to look at you and is like halfway through like a like help kind of thing, and you see as their eyes focus on something past you, and he just screams Lark's name. from this position in the tail, and does not seem to really like process the fact that you are here in this moment now that he's fixated on Lark's body. Not that Lark is dead. On Lark on the ground. Yeah, absolutely. That is your turn. It is now Tavia's turn. Tavia, you see Tavia like wince as more of this psychic damage sinks in, as this tail like constricts around them. And he is going to, at the end of his turn, because he can't actually, let me read the very quickly. Can you cast spells when restrained? Or is that grappled? Let's find out together. I don't think you can, but let's find out together. Restrained, attack rolls. Oh, it can make attack rolls. So yeah, I'm gonna say he can cast a spell. Fuck it. He has no healing spells because he's just a guy. But Wick, you watch as like Tavia grits his teeth, and you see like the menacing pirate king under the mask as he like bears down and grits his teeth. And you feel this like rush of sea air wash over you. Tavia is going to cast haste on you. And let me roll that athletics check to see if Tavia can break out of this tail. What does he add to athletics? I don't think that makes it. That is a 16, and the save I think is higher than that. The save is higher than that, so Tavia is still stuck in this tail. And that is Tavia's turn. It is now Ori's turn with Elise on deck.
Okay. Ori is going to reach into the chest and pull out the tear that Tavia gave them and hold it close to their chest. And say, protect him. And she is casting her divine action, or is it? No, it's not divine action. Her channel divinity, which is arcane abjuration. Any elemental, fey, fiend, celestial that I can see or hear within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, it turns for 1 minute until it takes any damage. Can't take any reactions. Can only dash or dodge. Water kind of pours up behind her. It looks exactly like the dream, as the boat with bones behind them unleashes a volley of cannon fire from the boat.
Fuck yeah, take a point of team inspiration, because that absolutely hits. And in fact, I'm so entranced by everything you said that I did not at all process the save that you asked for. What's this?
I asked for a wisdom save.
I can do that for you. I'm going to use my d20 that rolls bad, because I think it's cool and I'm rooting for you. The one fucking time. I'm so sorry. Wisdom save? My brain doesn't work. Incredible. That is a 19?
That barely passes.
Fuck. Damn it.
Can I
That's
use
sick as
heroic
hell, though.
inspiration to make them re-roll?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
I'm going to use my other d20 that rolls bad. Come on. Bad d20. Oh shit. It rolled out of my view. That's a 4! A 4! Hell yeah. So this creature is turned, cannot take any actions. Is that what you said, right?
Yeah, for up to a minute until somebody hits it.
Incredible, absolutely. We will pick that up on the Nightmare's turn, because the Nightmare has no legendary actions that allow it to move, unfortunately.
If he moves, everybody gets an attack of opportunity, correct? Because he can only dash.
Yes. Incredible. Ori, is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Yes, I will scream Tivia's name, or I'll scream, "Remember!" And I will cast Mass Healing Word.
Hell yeah.
If anybody has any other spells or effects on them, those are also gone due to Spellbreaker from the Cleric. And you all will be healing.
Any hostile spells or any spells?
Any spells.
Okay. Do you want to exempt Wick from that so he still has haste?
Yes. So it's any enemy. So yeah.
Oh, I see. Perfect.
Wait, I have haste.
Any. Yeah.
That's what Tavia cast on you just now.
Okay, beautiful. All right. I'm like, wait, when did that happen? All right, beautiful.
Everybody's healed for 12.
Hell yeah. Beautiful.
Means I'm up,
beautiful.
right?
Yes.
Am I up at 1 or am I up at 12?
You're up at 12.
Slay!
Incredible. Thank you so much, Ori. Elise, it is your turn with Alia on deck.
Amazing. Elise is going to I'm gonna call Plum into the battle here.
Oh yeah.
And I want to send Plum over to like kneel by Lark and yell, "Get on!" And as soon as Lark is able, I want Plum to like bring Lark toward, like, closer to Alia, like, is the goal.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
if
yeah.
I can move on my turn, if that's Plum's turn, I just want Lark to Alia. That is the Plum's whole goal right now.
We will have Plum hold his action until Lark is at top, and then he will take a full dash action over to you. I don't think he'll need a dash action, but whatever. Holding action rules fake. I'm the GM. It's fine. Yes.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, and so that's Plum's turn. So
Gorgeous.
then as my bonus action, I want to phase step, if I can, to where Tavia is. I only get 30 feet, so if
I
that's not
believe
possible-
you already face stepped in this combat.
Can you only do it once per combat, not per...
It's once per short rest or long rest, I believe.
I have a lot of phase steps.
Face
I
step?
thought it was proficiency based.
Yeah,
it?
as about... Yeah,
Is
I
that
have
new?
1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5.
Oh my
You
God,
can use
I've
this
been playing
5 times
Rose
per
Maiden,
long
right?
rest. So I have 4 more phase
I need to
steps.
write that on my rose sheet. Anyway, yeah, hit me with it. Fuck me.
Yeah. So I'm gonna phase step towards Tavia, and if I have to run to get within the 30 feet, use my movement to do so, I will.
I'd say you're fine.
Okay.
I think it's
so
on the
then-
outskirts of 30, but
Amazing. So I land. Tavia gets 8 temp HP
beautiful.
when I land. And then does Tavia have like a weapon in his hand? What's up with this guy?
Tavia still has his dagger and his rapier of warning in their hands, but their arms are constricted against their body in this tale. So he's holding them.
Can I
sort of
get a
see, like, the
weapon
light
off
up
of
in them.
him at all?
You would have to jump. He is about 15 to 20 feet in the air.
I tried to land on like next to
Oh,
him.
you're
on
like
the
up on the
serpent.
tail.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to like kind of reach down underneath the tail to do it, which I'd say if you like, because you face stepped, we'll say like it takes like 10 feet of your movement to do that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think you, Tavia startles as you just like lean over and goes, "What the fuck?" And do you want the dagger or the rapier?
I'll do the rapier. It's a simple weapon, right? Rapiers.
I believe so, and they are also versatile.
Beautiful.
And finesse is what I meant to say, but I think they're all, it's finesse, not versatile. But yes.
Okay. Cool.
And this-
Then
Is this enchanted with a +1? No, it's not. That's okay. So yeah.
cool. Then I'm just gonna like rip it out of his grasp, and then just
Oh, I'm so sorry. It also does have a +2.
slay.
I thought it was tougher than that.
Okay, and then stab down and try and attack the serpent with Tavia's weapon while he works on getting unstuck.
Yeah, make an attack.
And it's a +2 to attack.
Yes, and damage.
Amazing. That is a 19 to hit.
That hits.
Beautiful. And what damage die does a rapier roll?
1d8.
Sorry. 1d8.
No, you're fine.
And I still have Spirit Shroud up because I've maintained
You do.
concentration.
And you have
so
improved Divine Smite, so you have an extra D8 as well.
Yeah, so I have 2 extra D8s that
Mhm.
I use when I stab.
Oh yeah?
+2. Do you need Radiant and Piercing?
I do not.
Okay, I dropped a dice. I'm re-rolling. Okay. 8, 3, 7. So that's 10, 18 +2, 20 damage.
Beautiful. Absolutely. Actually, you know what? I just realized because this creature is turned, I'm gonna say you have advantage. Do you want to roll again to see if you get a nat 20?
Yeah!
It's for fun.
I did not.
That's okay.
I only rolled a 5, but that doesn't matter. I used all my nat 20s in yesterday's combat.
I believe you have a second attack as well because you're a high level paladin.
I
Yeah,
did.
yeah, hit me. Hit me again. Hit me, baby, one more time. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh, the hit song.
Oh, I feel like I gotta take my cardigan off. These battles heating up.
I'm trying
stress
to
is-
find another D.
Who would do this?
Okay. That is a 16 to hit.
That just barely hits. Yeah.
So it's
16 is
another-
its armor class.
So it's 4, 7. So it's 11. 15 +2, 17 damage.
17, incredible. Yeah. This creature is looking bad.
Perfect. And then Elise is gonna like start to go into a crouch. So if this thing moves, she can maybe but like her knees pop because she's just like,
Sure.
never mind, and just stay standing. maybe gonna hopefully serve on this thing?
I feel like I should ask, because I know this is your first time playing a paladin, so just as a reminder, would you like to smite? It is a free action to smite upon a hit if you'd like to. You don't have to. But if you'd like to do a smite about it, you can do a smite about it.
Yeah, how does smites work? Oh my god.
It depends on the level you do it at. First level is an extra 2d8, and every slot above first level is an extra d8.
Let me do a second level smite.
Hell yeah, so roll me 3 more d8.
Okay. If you insist.
I'm a GM second, paladin advisor first.
Okay, so I add... So the original... Do you want me to add the new total to the old total or give you a second total?
I've already factored it in, so just give me the 3d8.
Okay, that's only a 10. Well, do I add the +2?
No, because it's just like adding into your normal attack, basically. We're just doing it after the fact. Incredible.
Beautiful, then. Yeah, 10.
This creature is exactly 1/3 of its health now.
Let's go.
Incredible. Great turn. You are balancing up on this creature still. Tavia is next to you. It is now Alia's turn with the nightmare on deck.
Ah! Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna, we're gonna attack the fuck out of this guy. Let's go crazy, go stupid. I'm gonna start by casting a 3rd level branding smite before I attack.
Fuck yeah!
And then I'm gonna take my attacks, and we're gonna see what the fuck happens here. The lower of the two is a 16.
That is its armor class, so yeah.
Perfect. Alright, cool. I'm gonna hit with both then. So my... holding my branding smite die. I'm holding in my hand my regular weapon damage. I'm also holding my improved divine smite in my hand as well. Can I also can you stack your divine smites, or is that not allowed? What's the deal?
It's not, because we're using 2014 rules, which are better. It's a free action, so presumably you can stack them. If there's a rule that says otherwise, then boo.
If there's a rule that says otherwise, that's stupid and bad.
Because you're still consuming spell slots, you're still meeting that requirement. Exactly. So I think you're fine.
Yeah. So I'm gonna burn another 3rd level spell slot.
Huge.
And divine smite on top of that for an additional 4d8. I'm holding all of these, and they're all gonna roll super good. They're gonna roll so. It sounds so nice. And they rolled so good. I'm gonna get my calculator on my phone out for this. Because
one shot this thing.
This is ridiculous. Oh, I got max damage on a few of these. Okay. 10 plus plus that. Those guys plus plus 8 plus 8, that plus 10. 73 points of damage.
Holy shit!
Hell yeah.
Arithmetic.
You know what?
Yeah.
How would you like to do this?
Hey.
Let's go. Yeah, I think that Alia's scream of fear on seeing Lark go down and become unmoving.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think that she saw him get back up. Because I think that it turned into a scream of rage. And I think that she rounds on this creature. I think that all of the oak leaves in her hair from her season change in one moment burn away, and her hair regains that golden shine to it, and she is just glowing. I think that her sword is glowing with the white hot energy of the sun. And I think that without even thinking about it, she just centers herself, steps forward, and then it is 2 very quick and very precise strikes into sort of the belly of this thing, and she just drags down.
Hell yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
As you drag down, you watch a shadow pours out of this creature. And it's like the more the shadow pours out of this creature, the less shadow there is to maintain its form. And you watch as it writhes wildly. Elise, can you make me a dexterity saving throw very quickly?
Mm-hmm.
Forgot you were up there, I'm sorry.
Alright.
No, it's okay.
It's sick as fuck. Listen, it's
Um,
better than the alternative, which is if you had not killed this thing in this round, it was going to be turned and take Elise and Tavia with it as it was running. So
true.
better than the alternative.
That's a 13.
13, that's okay. You're just going to take 10 points of falling damage and you'll be prone. But this is the
Trying
end
to
of this
catch
combat.
anybody while I'm up here?
Would you like to try to save Tavia or Elise? I'm going to say you have to
I
keep-
saw Elise poof up here, so I'm gonna assume that
Sure.
Elise will be all right, even if that's
Sure.
not the correct assumption. It's gonna try to catch Tavia.
Yeah. Make me a dexterity saving throw. That feel fair?
Okay. Yeah, I'm still hasted, so I get a
That is true.
thing with what happens with dexterity. Sorry, I had the thing
I'll
open.
give you
so that-
advantage because you're actually. You know what? Because
Yeah,
you're
it is
hasted
advantage
and because
on-
you were up here ready. I'm not going to make you roll a check for it. I'm just going to say you can grab him.
Okay.
I think because like haste makes you so fast. I think
Yeah.
that's completely fair. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. You can sort of like you watch as like it slackens and Tavia's eyes go wide just as he begins to drop, and you reach out and grab both of their arms and manage to slow their descent. And all of you watch as this creature's the red of its eyes begins to like flicker and fade like dying firelight before it gives way to the shadows. And as the shadows like collapse and spread out, you all watch as they disappear out into wherever they go. This creature is not gone, as it never is, but it is banished to the shadows once again. And all of you are left with the coals of firelight and hazy moonlight above, and the ashes of your camp.
I think as soon as kind of like regains her balance and stands up, Elise is gonna be like, right to his heart.
I think Locke's still like flat on the guy. I think he's so winded. And I think as this like unicorn kind of like follows its last command and kind of like snuffles at his face, this like shaking hand just like reaches up and he just like very like dazedly just goes, "Good dog," thinking it's handsome.
You get like a puff of like warm kind of plum smelling air as he like chuffs into your face a little bit.
Cute. I think that Aelia like drops her sword immediately and like fully like slides in like half like crawling, already half crying next to Lark, and is going to immediately, I don't know how many hit points you're down, I'll lay on handsing
I have
the
12.
rest of it. Yeah, I'm just gonna, I have a pool of 70. Fucking get up, you're fine.
Jeez.
Yeah. I have a lot, yeah.
We could just bridal carry Tavia over to Lark, and like you probably want to be over here and just like drop him off before it's
I
like
think
going
that-
to a story.
As you sort of like ease Tavia to the ground, you feel like he tries to like stand and their knees give out just a little bit as he like braces a hand on
catch
your
him?
arm.
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't like fully fall.
Yeah.
He just like stumbles a little bit as his hand like still gripping your arm is
Yep.
bloody. And anyone who's looking at Tavia right now, especially you, Wick, I think you see as like they stare like wide-eyed at Lark, and you can see like his mouth is open as if he's like he wants to say the name, but is so acutely aware that like Aelia is there and of that boundary that instead he just like stays there gripping you, Wick. Like entirely unaware of the fact that he's just like, hold this man you met like 8-9 hours ago is just like holding on to you.
Yeah.
And you can, I think, feel him shaking a little bit.
Yeah. I feel like Wick's immediate reaction was to go towards Orium like, this person needs me. It's just gonna put like a steady hand on the back of like Tavia's neck. I don't know how much hit points this man needs. Where's he at?
On a scale of 1 to 108, he's at about an 80. So it could be worse.
Okay.
just
Yeah, it's gonna
pick it
give
up
him
really
like
easy.
30 HP from lay on hands with that.
Yeah.
And it's just gonna be like, hey, trying to get his attention.
I think what is getting Wick's lay on hands like feel like and look like?
I feel like it feels like taking a nap in a beam of light during the summer with the air conditioning on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tavia like kind of blinks in this feeling of like warmth in the place where his hand is on your arm and just like a little bit of like cool air wiping away the like panic. And you watch as he blinks a little bit and takes a full breath as he is now healed to full. And just like looks at you and like almost as if startled by the fact that he's holding your arm will like let go and just sorry shit thank you for that. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm good.
I think Wick just says like to him, just like kind of leaning in, like, there are no boundaries here. Go where you're needed.
I think just kind of blinks at you. Like, not in an unfriendly way, but just in like a, I don't know how to process that, but thank you for making sure I didn't just get eaten by big snake monster kind of way. And I think he'll just kind of nod and go, you too, and nod in Ori's direction.
Yeah, he's like, thank you, thanks for giving me permission to leave. Just kind of like jostles his shoulder before go in the direction of Ori.
Yeah.
I think as Alia like does her lay on hands, I think Lark's own hands like come up to rest on your cheeks, and those like icy like fingertips melt a little bit against like your warm skin, and he's gonna use his own evergreen thumb feature to give you a pool of healing from his hit die, which ends up being like 43 hit points.
Oh yeah, I'm back to full.
Okay. He goes, "You all right?"
I'm fine. Are you all right?
I think so.
Let's not do this ever again. Let's not. Don't do that again, please.
Okay.
Okay. You scared me.
He like wipes a little like tear from like the corner of your eye and goes, "I'm all right." I'm just easily knocked over, you know. Stiff breeze will do the trick. It's nothing.
I think a giant snake is a bit more than a stiff breeze.
Yes. But you know.
Okay, and I think takes a second to like wipe her face, wipe a little bit of the blood off, you know. Right. It's my watch, so the rest of you should all get back to bed. I don't know. Time isn't real here. There's no sun.
Everyone okay?
How does Ori look?
She's perfectly fine. She really didn't take a whole lot of damage. Mass pumping, healing, mass healing word. She didn't take a whole lot of damage. She looks mostly just kind of shaken up as she's like still holding on to the last little quiver of that tear of Tavia's as she kind of sinks it back into herself.
Even a little damage is still concerning to Wick. It's very much like turning around.
I'm fine. You were very brave. All of you all were. Everyone's safe. You're okay. Emily gently touches the side of his face. I'm okay. I am eternal.
All right, he's gonna hold on to her hand and bring her back towards the main camp with everybody else.
Elise, what are you up to in the fallout of this fight?
I think Elise watches everyone kind of go to their people and feels like just a little stab of loneliness. How I was no one's first pick. But like kind of swallows it a little bit because and I think is like gonna see that like everyone's got their people and everyone's okay. And so is gonna kind of like turn to what she usually does when she has any uncomfortable emotion and turn to academia and just like step behind a tree and I think just like pull the key out of her pocket and like just like put it in a knot on a nearby tree and twist it and go in to do research so she doesn't have to feel feelings.
Yeah. You put this key that was given to you as the archivist into this knot, and you watch as similarly to when you've used this before, but also I think in a way that reminds you vaguely of the way the doorway opened in the willow. That first time you watch is between the lines of this bark, this like rounded old looking door kind of detaches and creaks open for you. And I think inside before where you used to see like rows and rows of like folders and boxes and archives, I think instead you see a grand, magnificent library made of like dark purple wood filled with like probably thousands of tomes that seem to be moving and rearranging completely on their own.
And I think Elise is like kind of like going through like, okay, what are our like top concerns right now?
Mm-hmm.
And thinks about like Thorn's resemblance to Lark and the connection of the dreaming to the Oaks family, and is like, can just kind of like asks like for an actual real definitive like family tree so you can start to rule things out. Like an unredacted version of the Oakencourt family history that she can start to pore over and understand and see if she can make some connections.
Yeah, you watch as from the center of this ground in this library, like in the large space between the aisles where normally you might find tables or chairs, you watch as the ground seems to disrupt. And first this like purplish blue sapling sprouts and grows. And then it grows and it grows and it grows into this massive oak tree. And you watch as each of the limbs as you get closer in like blue and silver and purple seem to have names etched in at different like places in the tree. And you see probably hundreds of names, truly, of this ancient line that goes back thousands of years. And while of course the branches at the top are harder to make out and more faded, and the script more so like in the way that like languages that are similar to our own but ancient, the letters look different. You see that the farther up you go. However, down to the closer level, you get a pretty good look at the at least last couple, like the last like 2,000, 2,500 years of Oak's family history. And I'm going to send a family tree in our cast chat. If you at any point would like family tree higher, let me know and I will do that between sessions. I will also put this in the Reverie channel in our fan Discord. Wait, oh, no, don't nuke me, Discord, please. What do you mean it exceeds the file limit? It's fine, I'll do it in a minute. I just have to screenshot it because Discord is homophobic. Anyway, I will also put this in our fan server for those of you who are in there. Let's hope this works. It's a fun hack for anyone who might not know. If Discord yells at you about a file limit, if you just screenshot it, it'll let you send it. Which I think is silly.
Oh, gorgeous. If I can flavor this a little bit for Elise, I think Elise is very conscious of the fact that they just had a big combat, so doesn't want to be gone too long. And so while she's like looking at this giant tree that's unfolded, I think she pulls a book off the shelf and he kind of folds into it so it becomes like a pop-up book of like the family tree that she can leaf through.
Absolutely.
And we'll take that out and then just go and rejoin everyone as if she did not go anywhere.
Absolutely. And just for clarity on this family tree, blue lines are marriages and green lines are like descendants, like children. And yeah, you can rejoin the party. Where do we find the rest of the party? I think Tavia is still standing about like 10 feet away from you, Aelia and Lark, and seems to be like doesn't know what to do with himself, but cannot bring himself to step away. And so it's just sort of like really awkwardly standing in this space, like averting his gaze because I think this moment between the two of you feels too intimate for him to feel comfortable just like staring at. But you can tell with like every fiber of his body language that he is like attuned to every movement that Lark makes.
I don't think Lark like clocks it until I think he's like busy like kind of using Aelia as like a prop to pull himself up to standing again.
Yeah.
And then kind of as soon as he's up, kind of like casts his gaze over the rest of people, kind of like just in an instinctual, like almost paternal way of like head counting people. And I think when his eyes kind of like fall onto Via, he has like a flashback to that moment of seeing him like wrapped up in like a tail, and his hand just goes out to like the tender spot on like his ribs where like that thing had like crushed him, and then it kind of like withdraws a little bit again, and he goes, "Oh, are you all right?"
I think the minute that you make contact, Tavia's, honestly, before you probably even get there, because they're so like attuned to every breath that you're taking, like eyes like snap towards you and you see his own are like glassy and shining a little bit, and he like sucks in a breath like you've hurt him when your fingers graze, even though I'm sure he'll be bruised to shit in the morning, it was not nearly enough to like actually hurt him. And he just, hi. Are you okay? Because you were, and I couldn't,
I'm fine. Fine.
Okay. Are you sure? I mean...
Looks down, I think so.
Good. I'm glad that you're fine. I'm sorry I wasn't, there, that I couldn't.
That's fine. Everyone's fine, right? Right?
We're all fine.
Where's Elise?
I think Elise like steps
go
out
in a
of
tree.
from around the tree and is like, "What? Can't a woman take a piss?"
No
I think
one's believing
Tavia
that.
lets out like a huff of air that is like half laugh and half like painful wheeze, and just, yep, okay. I'm sorry. And then I think like meets your eye for the first time, Lark, and just like takes a really big breath in and out and just, all good. Everyone's good.
I think Lark's eyes are like stuck on like the kind of like hitched way that like their rib cage moves, and
Yeah.
there's just like a frown line of concern between their brows.
Ilya's right, it's our watch, so you guys should get some sleep. We can handle it. Right, Ilya?
Right. I think I could go back to
Looks
sleep
between
now
the
if I
two of
tried.
you like, okay.
To float by and give Tevia a gentle kiss on the forehead. I'm glad you're
Aw.
safe. Thank you for your dream.
Yeah, thank you for your help. Appreciate it.
Remember, you're not alone.
Watch. Great. Yeah, I'm just gonna go sit for my watch over there, and just like takes an awkward like hobbled 10 feet away and just like sits in his bedroll and stares at the embers of the fire. Got too much to process.
I think Lark sends Aelia a silent husband look. Oh wait, is Diana frozen?
Oh.
I think she.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh.
beans.
Oh, are you back?
I froze. Oh,
There you are.
Hi, welcome back.
Hello. Does it look like we're back with her?
Am I here? Am I back?
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Okay, I was frozen so bad.
Did we cut out for you?
Yeah.
That's okay. Tavia said, I'm gonna go sit on watch because he couldn't process anything, and Lark looked at you.
Yes,
Okay,
Lark
that was
gives you
about-
one of those silent husband looks that communicate 1,000 words, and the words are like, I want to sleep so bad, I don't want to sleep more than like 2 inches away from you, so like, can I come?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that she very much, there's a like, yeah, I also don't want you more than 3 feet away from me right now. Kind of look in return, and I think like with one arm kind of like around their waist to sort of help them move, will kind of start to set up for watch.
Absolutely. And does everyone else, I'm assuming, settle in to finish their rest?
Yeah. Who's taking the last watch?
It is Tavia and Alia.
Okay. I feel like Tavia's going through the thing over there. And we'll
What were you
kind of
talking
like
about?
yeah, crouch near Alia. And just kind of like I'm just start like giving like pointers on how to like tell when the landscape is about to change and just sort of give like kind of like pointing out like when you see that shift over there, it's probably going to change the landscape over there, and like just give like tips because he's like, I want to go to sleep, I need to go to
Yeah.
sleep. But also I'm a little bit paranoid.
She is extremely locked into this. She is 100 like very much like a soldier hearing like a mission briefing. Like I'm hearing, I'm processing. Like I got you.
Yeah. That nightmare won't return this evening, but
Good. Keep an eye out for any others.
well, I guess I should officially welcome you to the Rangers.
Killing one giant snake makes one a ranger.
You killing the giant snake makes one a ranger.
Mm-hmm.
New title. I'll add it to the list. Thank you.
And what's that list again?
I think there's like a very like kind of like a puzzled look crosses her face. Not in like a what are you asking me, but in like a you don't know.
Why would I know who you are exactly?
Well, when Ori was speaking to Lark, and I know that you know Thorn, and I know that I thought that they would have told you.
No.
Oh, my goodness, I've been incredibly rude. I apologize. Ambrose was, in fact, king when you entered the dreaming. And kind of glances back at Lark. Lark is his son. Heir to the throne. We think, right now. It's a little, yeah, shit's complicated. Their official title is Crown Lord, and mine is Crown Lady. I truly thought that you knew. We weren't trying to keep this from you.
Well, that's good, because I don't like liars. Kind of stands up, and then gives like his first like proper bow to the both of you.
To Lark?
Yeah.
I think Lark's like busy like putting like a bedroll down and kind of turns around to see you bowing and goes, "Oh, you're right." He like bends down to like check on you. Like I can heal a little.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm assuming you don't like official titles and things.
Me, I mean, here, no.
All right. Well, Good night, Your Highliness. He says sarcastically.
Wait, what? Turns to did you say highliness?
Maybe.
You know, he's done us a lot of favors today, so I was not gonna correct it.
No, sir, I've
He
never
knows he's saying it incorrectly. That's
Yeah.
like, maybe that's a different monikers here. Maybe I don't.
Maybe.
I'm going to lie down.
Would you like your crown back? Or would you like me to hold on to it?
Here's this like said from behind him, and you see his eyes close a little bit at the double meaning of the word. No, that's all yours to keep.
Can I like?
All right.
Can you what?
Oh, it's just a good night lark.
Oh, I didn't. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
Good night. Sleep well, sweet dreams. Be sure.
Thank you. I try to be sweet.
And the rest of you can settle in for your night. Well, Tavia and Alia, take watch. Everybody here, before I forget, can go ahead and mark off the benefits of a long rest. You still get your rest, it's fine. And Alia and Tavia, I think just before you fall asleep, Lark, you feel very gentle hands draping a blanket over you. As Tavia, avidly avoiding your eye contact, Alia will take the blanket off his bedroll and just cover you with it. And Alia and Tavia, you are on watch. Alia, do you say or do anything on this watch? As Tavia stares hauntedly into the embers of this fire. But like in a hot way, you know?
Yeah. I think that she's sitting on a bedroll next to Lara. I think starting to like clean her weapon. And I think that she lets a solid few minutes pass by, and waits for Lark to fall asleep. I'm not meddling again this time.
Oh my god, no! I hate when you meddle.
A little
no.
bit as a treat.
Meddle. You're the queen. That's gonna be like your whole job.
That's my job, is literally meddling.
Yeah.
And I think also like staring into the fire, you know, not making eye contact with Tavia, but instead like sat kind of like shoulder to shoulder with them. Just under her breath is like, I know.
I think he like blinks a little bit. It doesn't like startle, but you like feel his attention kind of return away from like wherever he was off in his thoughts and just what? Sorry, I was.
It's horrible that helpless.
Yeah. Good word for it. Yeah. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I've had worse.
I believe that. Me too. Doesn't feel like it right now, though. I feel like it never does in the moment.
No. Every time I do, this is the worst that it's ever been. Worst that it ever will. And it almost never is.
Yeah. Yeah.
The arena was one thing. This is something else.
Yeah. It, I mean, I've never competed in the Marion games before, but, real life is sucks. I don't think you ever stop feeling like the first time something like that happens when it's someone that you, care about.
Yes, I'm learning that. rather quickly.
Yeah, I wish I could say that it gets easier.
I didn't think.
Yeah, well, you know, king and queen, hopefully you won't have to do it so much. I don't get the idea that Ambrose spends a particular amount of time bleeding out on the ground, so.
No, not that I know of.
Kind of the inverse of the Pirate King thing. That's like the whole bit, really, is just sort of bleeding for things you care about. Yeah.
Well, it might involve less bleeding, but there are other dangers. Frankly, most days at court I would prefer a sword in my hand. Fuck off, snake trying to eat me.
Sure. You could always become a pirate king, the best of both worlds, you know? The people trying to murder you all the time and the paperwork.
Right.
Yeah.
Suppose I should. If this doesn't work, maybe I'll take you up on it. I don't know.
Well, I already promised Luca a job. I guess I can add to my roster.
I would be very happy to work for.
Oh yeah? You wanna be on my ship? I can make you like a bosun, maybe. Quartermaster, a little high, you know, but I could arrange a bosun, I think.
No, I'll start entry level, work my way up.
Oh, I see. You
No
wanna
nepotism.
swap the deck and carry powder around and. Yeah, alright.
I want to earn it. That's why I never entered the games under my own name, you know.
You had a fake name?
Mm-hmm.
What was your fake name? Hit me with it.
I think like gets a little bit like her face gets a little bit like pink in the firelight. She's like a little bit embarrassed. Like this was it feels like it was so long. Well, they called me the Sunspot.
The Sunspot? What was that? First name Sun, last name Spot? Like.
It was just one.
Mrs. Spot, it's an honor to meet you.
I haven't used it in a very long time. My anonymity was completely blown. It was a bit pointless.
Well, you know, no judgment here. I also have a pirate nickname, so.
Oh, you do?
I do. They call me the Reaper.
Ooh. That's
Luca
very
full
scary. I
out
put a-
laughed when I said that, so I will take that reaction. Yeah. No, I'm and I think you see Tibia gets sort of like a dark expression on his face a little bit, and his eyes drop from yours, and just yeah, they I'm used to being around dying people, I guess. It's like my shtick.
Very sorry.
What can you do? It's part of my charm in general, I peel, I think. You know. Just like the blood
That's
on my
part of the
hands.
charm.
Yeah. People are really into the sort of bloody pirate king thing, you know? Works for me, yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
Less so here, but I guess that makes sense. I'm not used to kings covered in blood. You're used to kings covered in, like, finery, you know?
Right.
And ice, apparently. But
Yes, it does seem to run in the family, doesn't it?
hopefully not for long.
Hopefully.
Although, kind of like knocks his knee against yours a little bit and like eyes your hair. Seems switching things up is not uncommon. I feel like I need to go cut my hair or something. It's got a new look. What's that about?
sometimes it's easier to be brave for other people than it is to be for yourself. And I think that's happening here.
I get that.
Dawn is courage.
Yeah.
I just hope it sticks this time.
Dawn?
Mm-hmm. I feel kind of lost without it.
Well, I don't know a lot about fae shit, but isn't part of the beauty and the novelty of the dawn is that it's not here all the time? It's the breaking of the dawn that's the part that everyone can't look away from.
I suppose you're right. It's very beautiful.
I'm a wise
Comfort.
guy.
Constant.
Really?
It's a fixed point, yes. You should visit. I think you'd like it.
Yeah, I'll just come by. I'll meet your family and hang out, Put my feet up on the coffee table.
You see that like every surface in my home isn't covered in a fine layer of dog hair.
Sure. Yeah. So really, I'm just sort of dusting for you.
Exactly.
Think about it. Yeah, maybe I will sometime. I don't, honestly, I haven't really thought far past find Bella. I don't really know what I'm doing after this, so maybe I will swing by.
Well, have you ever considered a career change?
I mean, constantly, in the sense that I hate paperwork, and every time I do paperwork, I think about how much I'd love to not be doing paperwork. But, like, realistically, I don't know how much is out there for someone like me, to be honest.
Well, what's that supposed to mean, someone like you?
I mean, I
You're a sailor?
yeah.
A fighter?
Yeah.
I'm sure you have
I mean,
other hidden talents that aren't apparent at first glance.
That was almost a compliment, and then you kind of veered left, but I'll forgive it because it's been a difficult hour. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like pirating is kind of the thing I was made to do, and I don't know what I would do outside of that, But I also, I don't know. It's hard to constantly be the pirate king and the one pulling people I love out of blood and fire and ash. And I'm tired. Why? Are you gonna offer me a job? We're gonna trade jobs?
I don't know if I have a job to offer you right now if we don't fix this shit.
Yeah, fair. Fair enough. I don't know. I mean, also, I didn't really expect to come here and find out that Bella had someone that she was in love with, so I don't even know if they're gonna want to leave. I might just end up right back at square one on my ship. It's a nice ship, so.
It is a nice ship.
Oh my god, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bella did the hard work. I can't take credit for it, but yeah. Well, you ever want to give pirating a try? Let me know.
I don't think I'd be terribly good at it, unfortunately.
You'd probably be one of those, like, the noble pirates,
Oh, do
Black
they have
flags. Yeah. They're
Oh.
noble quests and defending of the innocent.
Right.
Yeah. You could always, I could get you in contact with the captain of the Divine Death. I feel like you'd really hit
that's
there.
a charming name.
Oh, it's, you know how there's, like, shards? Like, the pieces of the gods or whatever from the Shattering? One of them's a ship. It's the Divine Death. And it has a crew. And if Isla doesn't like you, she kicks you out. But, yeah. I don't know. It's not too boring for me, to be honest. I'm not in it for the do-gooder feeling.
Right, you're in it for what exactly?
If you'd asked me like 10
Money.
years ago, I would have said, treasure's good, but the acclaim of it all, the stories and the legends. Now, I don't know. Now I feel like I'm just kind of in it because I have to be. Like, I've invested so much time and energy into it and blood into it that, I don't know what else is there for me than to. And she kind of gets like a little bit of a wry smile. Reap what I sowed.
You know, after my rather humiliating, I came home to hide for a few days. And, in our living room above the mantle,
Your living room
taken
above
just
the
about
mantle?
every
The rest
on-
cut off. I'm sorry.
In our living room above the mantle, my father's had quite a growing collection of just about every metal board, ceremonial plaque that I had accumulated, melees and tournaments. I stood and I looked at history of all of those accomplishments. And it was all just hollow. Like a child's drawings fridge. Everything I had worked for in my adult life. Do you know what I did?
What's that?
I switched careers.
Sure. Just casually decided to become queen one day.
Well, I will admit, it was rather fortuitously timed with attendance in a monarch ball. Extremely panicked man in my
No, I'm so sorry. You're kind
fucking why? It loves to give out the end of an episode.
real.
Yeah. But no, I mean, it was all shockingly well timed. Attending a monarch ball, and then a few weeks later having an extremely anxious and panicked young man on one knee in my sitting room. Kind of worked itself out.
I see. So your advice is that I should enter into a politically convenient arranged marriage.
That's not at all.
Oh, okay. I see.
Even a little bit. Because that has its ups and downs, let me tell you. But
I don't know. I think it would suit me. Just sort of like lazing around in fancy rooms in nice outfits and just sort of talking shit about people. That's sort of the impression I get from nobles.
that's what you
Is
think
that
we
what
do?
happens? Yeah, kinda. Am I wrong?
Not entirely.
I get
those of
most
us
of my
with
news from Gab and
actual
Gabby,
doll-
if I'm being honest. So
She does love to paint that picture.
yeah, that's
um,
good. She's a good writer.
Some of us do have actual jobs, though, and we
Sure.
go to work every day,
Hmm.
and it's a little bit more than that.
Yeah, well, and I think you see Tavia like straightens a little bit and like winces as he turns and pulls out this like wine skin full of liquor that you saw him get earlier and just like tugs the top off, takes a long sip, passes it over to you, and just
Yep.
I feel like I'm a little bit late on the, front. Kind of like half nods in Lark's direction. But I'll keep that advice in mind.
Can I say something gay?
Of course you can. What channel do you think this is?
I think Lag like stirs in their sleep and rolls over, and their head just kind of like rolls over into Tavia's lap. That's it.
Oh, take a point of jam inspiration for being gay. Yeah, I think that like Tavia's like sort of craning over to extend this wineskin to you, and then like looks down. And I think because he has nowhere else to look, just like looks at you wide-eyed a little bit, Alia. And like holds very still.
I think that with a little bit of like a wry grin of like, I'm not meddling. I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. I can't get yelled at for this. I didn't do this. Will kind of take the wineskin in one hand, I think with the other, very like gently kind of like brush some of the hair out of Lark's face with a very like fond expression. And then takes a big long swig of whatever the fuck is in that thing. I don't know what. Nice. Slay. I think pulls back, and I don't think she was expecting that. I think she was expecting wine. And kind of coughs a bit.
Sure.
Woo!
You gotta be a pirate. You gotta drink your rum better than that, Alia. We'll work on
trying. Well, I'm not gonna comment on that.
You're in good company. And I think Tibia just like very lightly and hesitantly just like rests a hand on your shoulder, Lark. And I think as the two of them keep their watch and the rest of you sleep, that's where we're gonna leave off today, on a gay note, as a treat. Thank you so much for watching, for tuning in for today's... I'm not sure that ever. Thank you so much for tuning in for today's Tales from the Archives. We'll see you right back here on Monday if you're watching live. And until we see you again, sweet dreams. Bye-bye.